I let it control me. I'll always be lonely. I'll never be fine. If life is a movie, it's always so boring. Where is the story? I hope it gets better with time. Yeah, I hope it gets better with time. Driving with you, let me take you far from here. Driving with you, the whole world disappears. Driving with you, let me take you far from here. Driving with you, the whole world disappears, disappears, disappears. The morning lights up, crystal clear water, blue skies. Just you and me, the open road, the light beams fly by. Driving for 1,000 miles, there's nowhere else I wanna be. Here with you, and you with me. Driving with you, let me take you far from here. Driving with you, the whole world disappears. Driving with you, let me take you far from here. Driving with you, the whole world disappears, disappears, disappears. Driving with you, let me take you far from here. Driving with you, the whole world disappears. Driving with you, let me take you far from here. Driving with you, the whole world disappears, disappears, disappears. Whatever happened to the happiness? Do what you want to get it back for us. You take your time, then let me know if you wanna stay or if you wanna go. I know you have difficulty knowing me, but you don't have difficulty showing me that we just need to get away. haven't got unlimited time. Sun is out and you get to your prime. We're falling for love, we're falling for lust, we're falling through everything. You see the summer's getting closer. We don't feel like we are getting older. So show me what you have to bring. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in place and sing together. Please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything.
Alright everyone, welcome back. I'm Winter, and it is April 20th of 2024. Thank you guys for being here so early. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. Today, we're playing StarCraft with commentary. Thank you. Killtrocity K405. For a year. Glad you still enjoy. Since we were last here, Only Zero had me, KVG. Thank you. The Royer. 46 months. Glad you still enjoy. Thank you, yourself. 44 months.
Video with Cyril was fun.
Glad you still enjoy. Putting us on the hype train. Don't miss out. Or else. Like and subscribe. Such exciting things today. What everyone wanted, to feel like they know how to play StarCraft. I mean, it's going to be the same as years ago, but All right. Now we're starting off. I'll give it a moment, but nearly starting off. With everyone's favorite edutainment. Or else. I think we're just gonna play random. Well, no, we haven't done. We played a lot of Terran. Just simple enough. Terrans have played the same for the last 14 years. They've been complaining about the same thing since 1998.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
I don't think they're gonna stop anytime soon.
Truck. Spread it around.
Oh no, Protoss is so hard for my old hands to deal with.
Fuck this game, man.
And so on and so forth. But with that in mind, I think in 2024, things are kind of figured out with StarCraft 2. Like, people know their builds. There are not too many outright new players, and in fact, I'm gonna assume that stuff like this appeals to players, former players, artists formerly known as players, and now occasionally known as players, for those who are sparing the hard drive space. But past that, thing is, a lot of people come back with a unrealistic expectation. Like, for example, if you could run a mile in 8 minutes, let's say, let's be quite conservative. 10 years ago, and you come back and you try to run a mile for the first time in 10 years, and you don't make 8 minutes, all right? This is a Gold League equivalent here. It's like, oh my god, what happened? Wow, this game is so hard. Smurfs and tryhards and imbalance. It's like, no, believe it or not, it takes some time. So, at the end of the day, if you're not willing to play at least like 5 games per league, 5 for bronze, if you make it there, 5 for silver, or whatever the MMR equivalent is because of any ranking issues and all that, then I don't think you're going to get any better. The average person, obviously there are other ends of the bell curve, but the bell curve generally, there's a certain level you have to get by before you can understand how little you understand. And that's what we're going to try to explain as always. The limit is 75 for Protoss and Terran, and that extra 25 mostly for selecting larvae. Now, Zerg. First Overlord. Now, the one thing with Zerg that you can always rely on, that you can copy Cyril outright, is Overlords. Alright, Overlords do not move. Mine and yours and Cyril's Overlords all move the same speed. Slowly. So, very fitting. But the first Overlord is headed towards the natural because he's not going to have any sort of expansion, or he's not going to have any anti-air in TOG. The only anti-air in ZVZ is Queens. Alright. So, Queens, the only unit that is nearly as slow as Overlord. So as long as you're a little bit careful about it, you should not get your Overlord sniped off by a Queen. In ZPZ, you essentially know everything they're doing, or at least the vast majority, if they're coming out of the base. But that means you put your Overlord in the right spot. So, first Overlord is going to go across. By the time it gets there, I should see whether or not he has an expansion. It's easy enough to compare it with my own expansion back at home, because we're both, well, probably building one. I built another couple drones behind, and then we got gas and a spawning pool here. Now that I think about it, as we're refining these sort of builds, maybe I just want to do a gasless build. But we're doing, right now it's just a bare bones impression of standard TVZ. Alright, Queen. So I haven't seen any of his obies. He's actually got one at the pervert pillar there. Got my camera location set up. I'm building 4 Zerglings and hotkeying from eggs to start. Those are mostly scouts. So his expansion is done. He's got some drones. I'm going to move this Overlord back here. We're going to start the Zergling speed. And then I'm just going to pull... I'll pull one off gas. This is manipulating drones and gas is definitely a bit more advanced, but it doesn't sound that complicated until you know anything else is happening. So it's not that necessary to be microing one drone or another. Alright. As I have the 50 gas, I'm going to get a Pain Nest. So you could either put it a wall, but if you put a 1 space gap, the Queen can jam herself in there. She's not as thick as she looks. Alright. She can fit in a 1 space gap. Don't judge.
Swarm forces
that just scooch on in there. And that can help out a lot. This is a pretty standard way of making it kind of hard for Zerglings to get in, while still being close to the hatchery. So, I sent the Lings in. We're going to run around. There's a Roach Warren. So I'm going to go ahead and build a Roach Warren and an Evo chamber at the Wallen. So if you play any Protoss or Terran, you probably already know how to wall in the second base. You could do the same thing with Zerg, and then just jam a Queen into the gap. Especially valuable in Zerg versus Zerg, because, you know, you don't want the Zergs getting in. They're not sending their best. Alright. So, back to 3 in gas. And 35 drones is about the lowest end I'll consider getting a lair. If you just get a lair for the sake of it, you're not going to have the money to actually make use of it. A lot of players will get a lair because they see they have 100 gas, and I guess we're getting a lair, like, but that's not usually the ideal choice. So, gonna move my Obies a little bit to see if he started a third. Oh, he did. I missed it. And that's even if you're just a couple pixels off, that can make a big difference there. And you see that my expansion, I was going to see if he's expanding and then consider whether I'm safe. In this case, indeed he is. So, I was safe to do so a while ago. But that's why the Overlords gotta be in the right spot. Isn't hard to do, but a little bit of attention to detail. We're going up to, honestly that's a bit high, but 50 drones is our first benchmark. So I've gotten to 50 drones. I'm using camera location hotkeys to just flip between the bases and inject. Usually just box select the Queen and inject. You could maybe put them on hotkeys, like I'm going to have these Queens as creep spread. which even in ZVZ you want because it's mostly on your side of the map, right? So, making a round of drones. I'm gonna turn this one into an overseer just in case he's going mutas. Right click, 1, 2, 3, and split that off onto the gas. We're probably gonna be going Roach Hydra.
Yes.
Thank you, Rico.
Just as I
Gifting 5
deserve.
subs to the people. I'm gonna use this to determine whether or not. Well, first, that's a lot of gas. Hydraless dead. Mutas are a real threat. I'm making more. Oh, Hydras. Okay, so Hydras. Somewhat
Mutation
weirdly,
complete.
Hydras are countered by Roaches, but Roach Hydra is ideal.
Under attack.
Like a half and half, but you gotta have enough Roaches because the Hydras are just so fragile. I'm gonna keep this Overlord alive by putting it into Oversight mode, which is the quite literal name. We saw that he's coming across the map with a lot of units here. So I'm making more queens. Gonna hotkey in this base. Getting some more roaches. We're gonna move these overlords away. Control click, put them in the corner. The overlord convention over there is a pretty common strat. Let's see. Does he have enough? Does he have upgrades is the question. He has 1/1 done, which is quite good. But I should have enough stuff here. So I'm gonna right click once and then A click. And now we're just gonna work on our everything else. So that's to bring everybody in range. This is the most common and simplest micros here. Is just bringing everyone in range like that. Gonna do it one more time. Right click, A click, right click, A click. And the armies are close enough that I don't really want to chase him into his reinforcements. So I'm gonna add some more drones in. We're gonna get Hydra speed there. Gonna move some of these queens down. And so the later game tech for Zerg is going to be lurkers, which I'm already going to head towards. We're gonna see if he has a hive. So, what am I at? We're looking at 66 drones is the number in ZVZ. Past that, oh, he's already got a lurker done on the way. Use that contaminate. You can't build any more larvae in that base. Actually, it only works for inject, but not really important. That's more out of spite. But I did that. Gonna build another hatchery.
Sequences.
I'm actually gonna build a bunch more roaches because they're lighter on gas.
Command unacceptable.
We're gonna get another overseer.
Mineral field evolution complete.
He's got 1/1. He's got a lot of hydras, so we're gonna need to be very careful. Starting that hive there.
Insufficient.
About lurkers here. I'm actually, this is the cheaper version. Make sure we're staying at 60 something drones. But I'm gonna get a few spore crawlers. Now, having them out in front, so lurkers in a fight will not prioritize them. So that's a bit more reliable detection than overseers, but as long as I keep that drone count at 65 to like 75, I'm feeling all right. Getting another round of hydras. Control, shift 1. Now they're hotkeyed in with the rest.
Mineral field depleted.
Gonna collect some of these drones, send them to this new base. He's building some lurkers now. We're gonna get a couple more. The hive's about to complete though, so we want to get lurker range as the first thing.
More overlords Units required.
Need 2 or 3 more OVs here. So I'm gonna make sure, because we're gonna get into fighting here. I'm gonna make sure you can queue up injects. It doesn't stack, but it queues up. I think it's about 10 is the max, but essentially once the larva pops off, the 3, another 3 will start. So essentially you've got a bunch in the oven now. So I'm trying to spend a lot of my energy on queuing up the injects on these bases, so when I get to fighting, because that's probably the hardest part about Zerg, is most of the time you're supposed to be looking away from your army.
Command unacceptable.
In order to maximize as much as possible.
Evolution
So,
complete.
let's make sure we have these overseers here. Gonna get the lurkers. He has 1 lurker that I see. So, there's a Nidus in my main. Oh, it's a bit late. Okay, now we have a tough decision. This is part of why I got the spores. I'm just going to attack with this army, and then we're going to set a rally point into my main. And since likely this is the majority, make sure I target that lurker. We're going to put this into surveillance mode there. My hive is under attack, so I want to make sure I get some more overseers before I end up losing it.
Hive cluster under swarm forces under attack.
Just move in there. So he can't come home because he doesn't have a Nidus network anymore. So that Nidus worm doesn't go anywhere.
Swarm forces.
So he's kind of stranded in that case. But the Nidus is a cute move for sure. But the hardest part, I think most players of all races, but especially for Zerg, because you have a lot of units that have a tendency to run around every which way, is not using select all army hotkey for every single thing that happens. Just because there's a Nidus in my main doesn't mean that my army that's 2/3 of the way across the map is going to be... I don't want to be moving 150 supply or like 120 supply back to deal with 12. So at the end of the day, not exactly a decisive game, but the Roach Hydra. And then I don't think at any point he was over like 150 supply. Let's see. Yeah, so this is the difference. Is 70 drones versus 44. He's going for the same things, but he just didn't have enough drones to support it. Close. We're aiming for 100 as Zerg because simply Zerg injects and the larva mechanic both just... So at the pro level, it's not a huge difference because the macro mechanics require a lot of APM no matter what. But Zerg, just to build the same amount of units, takes about double the APM. And this is because creating a single unit potentially takes 2 APM or 3 APM instead of 1. This is not an indicator of playing faster. It's just the mechanic of selecting a hatchery, then selecting a larva, then building Zerglings, as opposed to, for example, selecting a barracks and then building Marines. 2 steps. Hatchery, larva, Zerglings, 3 steps.
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
On top of units generally being cheaper, so you build more of them, and creep spread, and overlords, injects, and there are macro mechanics, of course, for Terran and Protoss, but not as, I don't want to say tedious, but certainly more comprehensive, robust. Intensive? Well, definitely intensive. I don't think... I think the effect you can queue up injects, and once you get a hold on hotkeying from eggs, but switching gears... You see, I'm trying to cosplay a Meta League player, so I'm typing it out as a proper noun. But we're not, I don't care what league we're in, especially Protoss, need to learn. And this is a surprisingly punishing mechanic. You gotta learn to wall off the natural. So you see this pylon? I'm taking extra time, but I'm putting it so it's up to the edge of these areas. It's something that you can practice, you can do. And if you practice 100 times, you'll only mess it up like 10% of the time. Just trust me, bro. 100% of the time, it works 90% of the time. So, if you do it right, you should be able to wall off a normal map. Some maps are smaller, with 2 gates and a cyber core. So you see, if I put a gate and then a cyber core here, I'll have enough space. You want a 1 by 1 space for an adept or a zealot or something to hold there so the Zerg can't get in, is the summary. I am going to go scout. I would usually be going to scout, but I want to make sure we get that wall off down. It is definitely something that seems simple, but is super easy to screw up, because there's a reason you build the pylon so far back, and that's so you can build either a shield battery or even a gateway potentially behind, if they're doing it all in. Since Protoss never invented doors, you need alternative ways to deal with something that is a bit more dramatic than just a few Zerglings, like a roach all in. So, there you go, cyber core, and for sake of argument, is that the right spot? See, I'm questioning myself now. No, that's the right spot. There's a 1 by 1 there. Looks like we got some new friends. How cool is that? All right. Bring in, So, it looks like either he went pool first or I spent so long on my explanation. And now this is the admission I'm gonna make. We're just gonna build the shield battery. That's what we're gonna do. All right, you see there's a space here for a shield battery behind to wall off. So I'm not gonna build it there because I don't want to hard wall off right now. But I'm just going to build a baseline shield battery, especially because he doesn't have a third yet. So this we'll work up to a real build for Protoss, but I want to get the wall off of the natural down as the very first thing. We're gonna chrono boost, because I have maxed out chrono boost here, just across the board. And we're going to get the Stargate. This is all to be clear, this is all very late. We're quite late on all fronts. It's getting a little suspicious here. I'm actually going to block his third with a pylon, and we're going to see if he has roaches on the way with this probe. So he doesn't have... I think we just saw a drone build there, but... we're gonna get 3 gateways, and he doesn't have a third, so that is throwing me off a little bit here. We're going to start with a Void Ray. If he had gone for a third base, I would go for an Oracle for scouting and just... But a Void Ray is the safer but more expensive version. You pay for like probably 50%. It's less damage, and it's more expensive, both in supply and build time and literal cost than an Oracle. But you also don't have to micro it nearly as much. So we're gonna get that Void Ray. I'm gonna build a couple stalkers here, just to make sure we have that backline area.
Game paused.
Okay. Sentry? No, we're not gonna bother with sentries. Maybe one for the main fight, but if we're relying on force field, we have already lost the game. Because sentries are very expensive and kind of suck. They don't do very much damage, except since the last patch to shields. Which is highly amusing, but... Alright. We've got the one Void Ray. Now that the Void Ray is out, I'm going to build a Robo. I'm just trying to kind of... So, we're using today. Today is not your official YouTube-worthy low APM challenge. So thank you for watching on YouTube. Like and subscribe. But I'm kind of trying to figure out what builds I actually want to do for the real challenge when I really bully Gold Leaguers. And right now I'm not really sure with Protoss what that's going to look like, but I'm kind of getting back into the less intensive and more efficient mindset. What I really want, and I think is beneficial in the long term for most people, is not to just have one build that will probably work like 80% of the time up until like Platinum, but instead, you know, be able to use your brain a little bit. But then again, you picked Protoss, so... Alright, we're getting the third, but I'm gonna give it up. If I need to. We're getting a second Robo. And we're going Immortal Archon Charge Lot. I'm gonna warp in here and use this to scout all the other bases. We're gonna get that one. This is the hero sentry. This sentry is for Guardian Shield only. I got a Twilight and Forge behind. How many gates? So the number at oh, I should have cut it 50 probes. Yes, 50 probe production. We're gonna get +1, and we're just gonna get charge. I have this observer. We're gonna siege it up on this high ground. This fancy observer pillar. Is he really going through there? You know what? We might get some more mileage out of these sentries. I take it all back. Because on this map, he can... Does he need to consult his, It happens. Alright. That's fine. If he gives an explanation, I'm not gonna... The worst is when they unpause. I think some players don't realize how bad-mannered it is to unpause. Like, lower-level players don't realize they're supposed to, like, say something before unpausing. But... The usual is, if they don't say anything, I give it, like, a minute, and then I'm like, hey, are you alive? And if they're not, well, then I claim the win. If they are, if they don't say anything, then like another 30 seconds and unpause. If they do say something, I'll give them a few minutes. If they've demonstrated a lack of a need for pausing before, yet are still doing so, well, we're not going to give them that time. But like, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. There are a limited amount of... They can't just keep doing it indefinitely, so I gotta... Get some Archons. We're still building Immortals here. So, Guardian Shield shield battery overcharge. We can force field. I'm not going to get too saucy with it. As long as I still have Archons. That's the important part. Here we go. Lock them in. So the problem with sentries is they have so little range. They have a tendency to get stuck in front of your units. They have less range. Oh my god. Can I jostle this probe out? Okay, don't do this at home. If I force field the probe and then I build... Alright, because technically that's impassable terrain, so the probe now is like, well, I have to get out somehow. So sentries, real value. We need more pylons. And do not be the least bit afraid. Do not be afraid to go up to 12 gateways or more. All right, because then you can do, if you have rapid fire set up, which I do, I have another guide on that. It's really not that complicated. But the summary is, rapid fire is when you set your AI or ability target key here in unit management. So I have it on multiple. You can do this by editing your hotkeys file in documents. So I have more than 2. In-game, you can do 2. So that essentially means every time I hold down a key, in this case the C key, it will do a click. So essentially my keyboard is clicking wherever my mouse is. That's how people do the fancy corrosive vials. And for Protoss, it's actually quite important for warpins. At least for Zealots. I also have it on Stalkers. But that is how you see Protoss essentially warp in a cinematic level of Zealots. Effectively, instantly. How to have it on both Stalkers and Zealots? As I mentioned previously, per my last email, you can have it on multiple keys. So, when your Stalker key is, say, on G, then you can use G instead.
You must construct additional pylons.
We're gonna go ahead and get a Robo-Bang. As well, he's got Ultras, so I really should have been adding more up here. This has been a more of a limit testing and random tips game as opposed to a actual build here. So the general idea of a Mortal Archon charge lot is good, but obviously this is not the ideal way to get there.
Mineral field depleted.
You had shielding shift, but you can just hold down any unit hotkey and click. The rapid fire is the rapidest fire. Wow, I am so supply blocked. He's got a lot of goodies there. We're gonna get even more robos. Okay, so if I want to set up defenses, we're gonna do the Raynor school of making Zerg's lives horrible. So the key point is, cannons are a threat. Shield batteries and gateways are not threats. So you want to funnel them into the threats while still walling off and making it difficult. So this is half the battle against Zerg is winning it before you start. So, like I've set this up here, that cannon is tucked in. To the point where it can still, if you hard wall it off, it won't be considered a threat. But if you have just a semi-wall, they will try to get some surface area on it. They will try to attack in. Oh, that's rude. So that is a very key point. Gonna get that Dark Shrine. Those are definitely Adrenal Gland Zerglings. Very scary. Was that a Nidus? We're gonna split off some Zealots. How many probes? 80 probes? Fine. Gonna need some more Archons as well. So, we have that small group of Zealots. Get some more Archons back here. Some scattered cannons. I've got more Robos. You see him out on the map with the Observer. So we fall back. And we're going to use these Zealots. And we'll see if he's a select all army addict or not. Because if he is, we can just go out on the map. Let's wall this off with gateways. And now we get to test. Come on in. I'm actually going to cancel that. Shield battery overcharge. So, he did select all army, but he was on my side of the map. So that means he ended up having some of his units get stuck on my wall-off area there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to warp in DTs. Because I have a lot of money. Alright. What I'm going to do is shift right-click. I don't want to click on the hatch, just in case there are drones. We're going to take the rest of them, shift-click off a few more. And then, I don't know if he has detection, but we're just sending a DT in every home. Okay? That is a... Like and subscribe. Winter 2024. So, we're just going to make sure those click over there. He does have detection on this side, but... Let's see, he might have this base too. So, the real end game for Protoss is, of course, Fleet Beacon and Stargates. You can start the +1 air weapons. So this will lead him into essentially an all-in situation here, which we'll see if we can make some, like, what do they call them? Like speed bumps for the Ultra. Looks like, is he just sending his army here? Unclear. That looks like the rest of it. There's no reason I need to fight in that location. His economy is not good right now, so... Shield battery overcharge. He did have Vipers, but you do have to use the Vipers, which is usually the sticking point. And he has no detection with this, so... we can warp in the DTs. Is there a reason you are not getting upgrades? Because I am bad. And also, we do have 2-1, but... that was more of a proof of concept game. We did make it under that 75 mark. The DTs ended up being the choice. But, yeah, rough start. Didn't see it because of ads. If only there was a way to avoid them. You're like, oh yeah, I remember going on to the YouTube stream. Which is higher quality. I mean subscribing. Yes, on both. All right, Zerg time. So Protoss does kind of get screwed against random because there is a chance that they're Zerg. Like, both Zerg and Terran can kind of just do a standard kind of like hatch first or one Rex expand. Whereas Protoss, your very first pylon, the placement kind of depends on what race your opponent is. So this is also partially why Protoss never a fan of 4-player maps, and we have essentially no 4-player maps for many years, because not knowing where your opponent is and either scouting late or just missing it is potentially game losing. So. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna do a gasless build because Zergling speed builds, especially on this map where you have the little gold base at the back. We're just gonna do a maxed out Roach push, probably. Maybe Roach Hydra if he opens Stargate, which is like 50-50, something like that. That probe's pretty sus. When the probe goes out of vision like that, I feel obligated to make sure, because I didn't, against Protoss, I should have kept my second Overlord over my second base. That's usually where these go. We're actually going to get a third base out here. I'm not going for the gold because I don't want one adept to deny the entirety of my mining. I know, sounds cowardly, but Zerg essentially just doesn't get that base. You can take it, but most of the players I've seen take it actually are from the outside, and it's a technical build. And you know what? Honestly, if you're playing just Zerg, I'd just veto this map. Okay? That's my advice, my Zerg. Just don't. It is statistically the worst map for Zerg out of the new map pool, which is not good for Zerg in general, but all right, we're gonna make 2 queens out of each base, putting that creep queen on 2.
Jimmy Carr we have at home.
Yeah,
Birthed queen ready.
let's see. Got a probe, making another Overlord here. He's got an adept, but we're gonna scout. That is a Stargate, making sure we're producing another queen here. I'm just gonna shift click on these probes, and we're gonna ignore them. That's it. We're done. No more silly Zergling micro. Are you still alive? Okay, no more silly Zergling micro. That's it. We're gonna get to 36 or so drones. There we are. And rally here. Just gonna keep building the queens. The safest bet. Need defense? Queens. Need offense? Potentially queens. Need macro? Believe it or not, queens. A blessing and a curse.
Successful.
A curse? And now, 4 minutes. It's 420 against Terran, but against Protoss, the Oracle can come in, especially if they're going Oracle. It can technically come in even quicker, but usually it'll be around 4 to 420, if that's the direction they're going. And I can't take the chance either. So.
Insufficient overlords.
More Obies.
Required. Queen.
Gonna get some more creep spread. And we're gonna start the lair. Roach Warren. Honestly, the Roach Warren's a little late. Oh, he has a stasis ward there. So he does have an oracle, is what that says.
Newly birthed.
We're gonna put a lot of injects into this hatch. Some more creep here. And we're gonna try to get, honestly, in this case, let's get a few sets of lings. Even more oracles. Seeing 3 of them, I'm just gonna get 2 spores. Instead of trying to be fancy and defend, we'll just replace them with more spores and get the gases at the second base. 30 to 40 drones is when I get my first 2 gases. 40 to 50 is the second 2, because you don't want to cut into your mineral economy to such an extent. Oh, that doesn't work. Yeah, that's not going to work. He's targeting the spore crawler. It's a bit of a bold move here. Yeah, that's not... Nope. So don't do that. Pro tip. Part of why we got the second one, but let's see. So he has the gold base on the way. So here's what we're gonna do. Gonna build plenty of obies. We're gonna make sure that every base has some juicy injects. Why are they juicy? Well, that's just how I imagine it. We're shift clicking off drones to make sure we got 3 out of 3. Box and then shift clicking down to 3. Like, down to 3. That's something that takes more practice. Like, I kind of do it without even thinking about it. I've watched, like, Clem and Cyril do it, and I have to concentrate to notice it. Because it just looks like they magically add workers to gas, just, like, with their brain. Because it's so fast. Like, we're gonna get the Hydra Den. And we're gonna get...
Mineral field depleted. Command unacceptable.
a little more creep here.
Command unacceptable.
These are all roaches. And we're putting them control click and then control 1.
Mutation
So that way
complete.
they're on a hotkey. And I have very little larva and 1,000 minerals. So macro hatch. ¿Por qué no los dos? And another round of roaches. +2 attack. Infestation pit. So I actually don't have all my hotkeys set here. I like to put the inject also on F, which is another rapid fire key. And then infestation pit on the Q key. Actually, no, the base on the Q key. What am I doing? Then the infestation pit on F. Because these are actually keys that are unbound in that case. So.
Swarm forces under attack.
Those are all overlords. We're gonna rally them to the back here. Get a hive. And we're gonna get to 75 drones or so.
Expended.
Those are all drones. You can click them over there. Just gotta get the Hydra ups. No reason I can't get another infestation pit or a Evo chamber too and a lurker den there.
Command unacceptable.
A few more drones. And we'll get spore spine. And now a big round of hydras.
Mineral field exhausted.
Just queuing up the injects. We've got enough hatches here. Gonna make sure, because the biggest issue I see for Metal League Zergs is not getting the money. It's spending it.
Has evolved.
Because they might, and even with like 50 or 60 drones, it's just that lack of larva and lack of attention that combine to be a the major stopping block at
Additional
the Metal League levels.
required. Insufficient Vespine gas.
Gonna add to gas.
Sequences spun. Swarm.
put some gases out there. Get a carapace upgrade.
Depleted.
And got a bunch of drones over there. But let's go. I've got we're gonna max out.
Not possible.
We're gonna get the
Supply
lurker
unit
range upgrade. That's the late game option against ground. If he has air, I'll just build a spire. Maybe 2.
Evolution.
But we got 200
complete.
supply. We're gonna be aiming for 9 minutes. 10 minutes, 10 and a half is quite late. We'll have to see. He does have the wall off area. There's some storms, so we're gonna back off a bit. That's what our roaches are for here. Oh, and carriers have arrived. All right, 2 spires, double upgrades. Ooh, that wall off working out well for him. Just coming through there. So, I could make more Hydras, but he's stuck on 3 bases. So, this is where we learn not to underestimate the power of queens. Gonna make sure all my queens are hotkeys,
Forces under attack.
because we're not building more Hydras. Alright? We're gonna get Zergling speed. Yeah, I didn't have Zergling speed.
Mineral
But my
cluster
anti-air
expended.
will be queens. Getting a few drones. I'm gonna get 2 lines of roaches for ground defense here. Make sure we have all those injects. I have 60 larvae, so that should be enough. We're gonna make sure we have enough spores here, because spores can kind of sandbag the carriers. I need to stay at 80-something drones, if possible. We're gonna get just double upgrades. And start some corruptors. There we are.
Swarm forces under
But,
attack.
like I said, we don't underestimate the queens. Make sure we transfuse.
Successful.
The corruptors are popping out now. He's going for the spawning pool. You don't want to necessarily target the carriers unless you can get close enough. Just A moving and letting him target while focusing on transfuse. Because the queens, they can take a pounding, if you know what I mean. But they're not so great at going on offense. So, you let them do what they're good at. We'll just take... So now... I'm gonna get up to about 20 corruptors is the absolute max. Unless they literally only have carriers. If you go over 20 corruptors, especially if you don't have broodlords yet, you have no ground army. And Zergs, even at the highest level, suffer from this a lot, where it's like, oh, he has like 8 Archons,
Depleted.
and then suddenly everything on the ground is dead. So that's not ideal.
Expended.
You can inject these hatcheries.
Exhausted.
Do you normally hotkey all the queens? I normally hotkey all my creep queens, all the ones that I'm gonna have out on the map. In this case, I just hotkeyed all of them. But I usually leave a few, so then I use camera locations to switch between the bases. Alright, he's got a lot of corruptors there. Oh, he's got the Templar, but that's fine. We are gonna just shift right click here. Because his Templar were on the wrong side. His upgrades, +2, +1, but if you have like 5, so you have to be very confident. If you have a clear advantage, it's time to go. If you don't, you gotta leave. Because if you start losing a fight against carriers, you're gonna lose it. even harder. Because the carriers are just going to chase you down and poke you to death.
Field exhausted.
But Zerg, like, we're going to be playing Zerg very much like it was advertised. Not the way it's played at the highest level nowadays. Because that is... Honestly, bleeding edge Zerg is very different than the build up 50 larvae and then pick the right unit kind of style. But I think that style is, in my opinion, more fun. And also a lot more valid at like Diamond League and below. Above it, like in your Rainer versus Hero kind of situation, you got to be preemptive because you just don't have enough time with the top players. But that is why you don't see this sort of style as much if at the highest level, because it doesn't work as well when players are going to be coming across the map in 15 seconds. But did we get there? Am I going to raise the limit? I mean, barely we got there, but that was the option. I stay within the rules or I change the rules. 98. And that's the problem with Zerg. Like, I have to cut out... I feel like I'm cutting out so much. I'm intentionally sandbagging a lot harder than with Terran or Protoss because of the macro mechanics with Zerg. Which... That's probably why Zerg feels so weird on the ladder as well for many players and why it's so unpopular. Is until you have this baseline level of macro mechanic. Like, with Protoss and with Terran, you can pick a build and do that build and you'll be successful. At least, like, up to 2/3 of the time if it's well done. You pick a Proxy Rex or a Cannon Rush or a Void Ray All-In or, like, a Siege Tank timing. But Zerg has a lot of, like, foundational things. That's why Cyril... When he describes his gameplay, he's like, well, I just do pretty standard business. It's like the management of that business takes like 95% of your attention. That's crazy you can limit your APM by field to within 98 percentile accuracy. I guess that was technically 98 percentile accuracy, wasn't it? But it ain't my first Meta League rodeo. The entire point of this series and this style is not just to bully Gold Leaguers, but instead to show you can bully Gold Leaguers with less APM than you might think. APM is that stat that, like, is useful, but not for the reasons that, like, it's right there as something you can improve. Anyone can pretend to, like... Raynor has... I don't know why he does it, but he does the, like, rapid-fire gather micro that several times he's had over 1,000 APM at the end of the game. So, I'm not going to show you right now because it's going to ruin my APM for the rest of the game. It doesn't actually do anything, but it is kind of hilarious. You know what? If he still wins and he's got 1,000 APM at the end, you know what? Have fun with it. Who am I to criticize that? But it's... I see so many questions. Well, not anymore, but the original inspiration some years ago for the whole low APM challenge series was the most common question from... Maybe not the most common overall, but the most common singular question was, how do I raise my APM? Like, that was going to be the solution to being a low-level player, for example. Which, it is a symptom, not the cause of being a high-level player, that you have higher APM. Obviously, effective actions per minute is a more meaningful thing. But that one doesn't show up on the score screen at the end when you lose, does it? All right. So, he had 2 gases. I'm gonna start with a stalker. So I didn't really go into the scouting, but moving on. No more existential things. We're gonna talk about PvT. And I'm going to be doing the boring old Stalker Colossus into a Mortal Archon charge slot. Literally the same build since 2010. Then again, Terrans have been doing the same build since 1998, so. And we're opening up Robo. The Robo got a slight buff in the last patch. The Observer builds quicker. And that's it. That's the extent of it. But like, so that's makes it a little nicer. It's 4 seconds quicker. It's 21 to 17. Or 18. Might not even be a full 4 seconds. But anyways, now that the Robo's done. But it isn't nothing. So that allows you, especially in this case, I'm gonna get an Immortal now. That's another 3-4 seconds less time before you can get an Immortal out, is the key point here. So. So after my Robo finished, I got gates 2 and 3. Also, whenever Warp Gate's halfway done, it takes, I wanna say 46 seconds to build a gate. Damn, I actually got it right. And Warp Gate takes 100 seconds. So, if you build a gate when it's about halfway done, assuming no chrono boost, well, there you go.
Research completed. I return.
So, now, I'm gonna get 1 sentry for Guardian Shield. I'm gonna scout in here real quick. Make sure I'm getting more pylons. So he's got... Whoa! That's what he's got, yeah. Ah! You scared me. More Immortals. We can get the Robo Bay as well. I'm going to... So, if he doesn't have a base this timing, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna warp in 2 more sentries. I have full saturation on this base. 16. You can go above 60 out of 16. Up to 24, it's still worth it. But this is when I should get my gases. I'm gonna send out this Phoenix on the mini-map to scout for hidden bases. I'm just queuing it up on the mini-map here. It's got a world tour all queued up. All you have to do is get closer. No, come back. Gotta be careful because observers and immortals come out of the same place. You don't always... This is where scouting immortals and colossi and disruptors come from. Well, my Phoenix also scouted that. Gotta get some more gates, so... It appears we've got a coward Terran, which it does sound redundant, I know, but... one of those Terrans who is not ever going to walk across the dangerous ground. I'm gonna leave the Immortals on the low ground in case he drops out, but if he just does this, I can have the Stalkers in position to deal with this. Gonna get a few Zealots here. I'm building my first Colossus, and we're gonna put another Observer, which I built before the Colossus, out in that corner. So he still has no Wait, did my Scouting Phoenix run out? Sneaky beaky. Alright, we're gonna get Shield Battery overcharge. Use the Immortals to target the tanks at the back here. These stupid sentries are getting in the way of everything. What we got there? we use Guardian Shield, which only works... I see a lot of people just assuming Guardian Shield reduces damage. No, everything Protoss has is super specialized for some reason. Guardian Shield reduces ranged damage. And only range damage. So, thankfully, all Terran damage is range damage, besides SCVs. So that, it really doesn't apply there. But, against, like, Zerglings or Zealots, it does nothing. Reduces range damage by 2. And yes, even if those units are inside, it essentially puts a coating on every unit in the range. It doesn't matter if the Marines are also inside the shield. That part doesn't matter. It just matters that it's range damage. Zerglings, Zealots, and Ultras? Well, actually, when Roaches and Hydras are within melee damage range, they do a melee attack animation that ignores the Guardian Shield, even though they still benefit from range damage upgrades. So that is technically melee damage, which is unaffected by Guardian Shield. So, my Zerg friends, what I'm saying is you should always try to melee the Zealots with your Hydras. Pro tip, right? This message brought to you by Protoss Anonymous. Alright, let's get up to those 8 gateways. Twilight Council. Maybe 10 gates. Why not? 10 gates. I got a second robo. Never be afraid to build a second robo. Third robo. Maybe 4. 4 is pushing it. On less than 4 bases. 2 or 3 robos, though. Alright. I don't want to see anyone. It's kind of... That's one of those things. Like, buildings are so ridiculously cheap. A robo is half the price of a Colossus. Alright? It's really not that expensive.
Army upgraded.
This is why whenever anybody like makes a YouTube comment or a Twitch chat text vomit about like that guy went for 3 forges. Oh, he just spent 3 whole probes on another forge? That may get him upgrades significantly. What a noob. That guy with 1,800 minerals. Alright. So I don't want to see it. How dare you? Inefficient! Why are you building so many robos? To produce more robotics facility units.
New technology researched.
Gonna get a 4th base. He does have a 3rd. Where was I? I keep getting bogged down by ranting. We're gonna get Immortal Archon. I like to hotkey my upgrade buildings on the 4 key with my Nexi so I can just tab through. Tab, upgrades, tab. If I want air weapons, tab, link. Alright. Gonna get some of these. I sometimes like having the shield batteries out in front for the threat reasons we talked about earlier. We're gonna get Archons here. And I should have already built a round of Spylons, which got buffed in the last patch. They have more vision, and we're gonna get back into that habit. I really like this tip. I'll keep crediting. I don't know their name, so maybe not crediting. But in order to get Winter, how do you get better at looking at the minimap? And I don't have a tip for you. But I did like this idea, which is patrol a worker. Not even necessarily for scouting. But now, in the corner of the map, you will have something moving, catching your eye. So it's good for scouting. Alright, once you get to 3 bases, you can spare a worker. But also, now you have something that's physically moving on the minimap. to kind of catch your attention, potentially. It's not something that's going to be very quantitative. Like, are you going to necessarily notice how much more you're looking at the minimap? But it's better than just something static, right? Anything moving has a better tendency to get you in the habit of looking that direction.
Upgrade completed.
I did like that too.
Assault data locked.
Alright, +3, +1, shields and armor. Get all the goodies. Now we're maxed out. We're gonna scout ahead. So I have 83 probes. Is there anything left to do before I attack? Need to make sure we have all these gases. We're gonna rearrange the probes over to here. Gonna get 3 in each gas. Gonna take one more base. Get a cannon at it. We're not gonna talk about that.
Assaulting probes.
I
return to serve.
I'm gonna get how many gates do I have? 10? More like 20. We're just scattering here. The art form is building the pylons in the right spot. Don't be afraid to build near your mineral line. I see a lot of players building cannons and such, like, behind the mineral line. But that only protects, like, a quarter of the base. Just watch a few pro games, see where they build their stuff, and try to replicate it. It is a bit of an art form, because as Protoss, once again, since you don't have doors, you have to kind of work around all this stuff, but... Alright, I'm gonna hallucinate a phoenix so I don't walk into my death. I'm gonna start observer speed there. Chrono, 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 chrono. So there's nothing out ahead of me here. Doors! Alright. Control F1 for idle probes. Send them over there. And usually hitting the natural. Well, we're just gonna go, and if he has a bunch of siege tanks, so I want to make sure I don't get bogged down. I'm actually right-clicking. This is not an A move yet. Now, once I'm in range of some of those tanks, gonna pop the shields again. The Colossi are easily distracted, so we gotta make sure they stay on target here. That's a lot of Vikings. And then he landed those Vikings, so they died to the Colossi, which is not optimal. And that means we have the army. Ah, interesting. So, here's the key. We're gonna build the starports here. This is the one thing I didn't build that I thought I might need. We're gonna warp in the stalkers. I do have Blink and the upgrade, so when he inevitably jumps across here...
Protoss forces now in combat.
We're gonna have the stalkers ready. Also, he's got this down here. The Immortal. No more starport for you, my friend. So, either he jumps or he just walks across, but we'll see. I built the stargates over here because if he was gonna jump in, it would probably be just towards the main. There's no way to predict. You just gotta kind of guess. They can teleport anywhere without vision even. Not that it would matter because they have scan, so might as well just let them teleport anywhere. That's fair and balanced, but...
Mineral field exhausted.
Stalkers will stand in here. And there it is. Not quite, but...
Nexus point under enemy.
Alright, we're just gonna go get rid of that last base, and then I can recall back potentially the stalkers.
Not possible.
Just blink on top. There's still a Colossus here. We're just gonna ignore that. Alright. I am maxed out. So, because Void Rays are 4 supply, which is quite extensive. He jumped in, but that was a little while ago, so it might be coming off cooldown here. We're just right-click, 8-click, right-click, 8-click. And there's not enough dead air over here to protect him. What are his upgrades? Only 2-1. And charge him up.
Nexus point under enemy attack.
Where did he go with that? Well. Okay. Here we are. Sir. He still has 1 battle cruiser at least, so. Did he re-expand down here? We're gonna get flux evades. Well,
Calibrating void lenses.
how is he able to select all his gateways? So with the select all warp gates key, you can select all warp gates.
This vessel shall be avenged.
Where is the one? Okay, so I guess it's a victory lap game. Sir, where are you going? Nope. Think you win? I do think so. Well, he definitely dragged it out a bit. He still had 1 battle cruiser, so you never know. And where on Earth is that key? It's on the screen if you hover over. It is by default W, but you can always just load up the game and hover over the key, and it'll show you the hotkey for it. Believe it or not. Alright. Platinum. Assuming anything works with ranking at all. Which is not a guarantee nowadays. You gotta look at the MMR at the end. So, I agree that it's way better to have leagues working, but if you happen to be No, we're not ranting! No! No meta rants just because the start of the game only requires like 4 actions. TVT. Intern, if you're watching, take a break. Go update something. Oh, wait, you know what? Never mind. Last time you updated something, you broke all the replays from the last patch, including the I Am Katowice Championship. So you know what? Don't touch anything. Anyways, so. Going to go. Getting in the habit of setting up with space for the add-on. I don't think this is super necessary, but if you feel comfortable with it, so we have, you can check my settings guide for this, but showing build grid. I know a lot of you like city builders. I like my city builders myself lately, as my APM gets lower naturally with age. But the build grid with a 2x2 diagonal space, I mean, it's just something after a while. Like, after 50,000 games, I only screw it up like 10% of the time. So, if you really try and you practice and you put the time in, you'll be slightly less terrible at it. So, there's that. So another important habit against Terran, in my opinion, is not walling off. Alright? The reflex for Terrans is to hide behind their walls. Alright, this is a fact. This is a science fact.
Yeah, whatever.
But against Terrans can use that against you, because as we established earlier, they have only ranged units.
Enemy attacking.
This man is murdering my SCV. I'll have a Reaper out momentarily. We're going to talk about this in a moment. Let's see. Okay. Well, that was mean. We've confirmed he has a Reaper, which is not a surprise, but we're going to go down, take the expansion on the low ground. We saw he had at least one gas, obviously.
What's going on?
So, TVT, 2 gases is the way. Because otherwise, you die to tech. So, Cyclone and a Starport. And we're putting them on this diagonal because this is where I can build the add-ons and flip them around. I don't think we needed an animation for that. There you go, you got it anyways. You're welcome. Usually I charge extra.
Cannot build there.
But the add-on musical chairs is probably the more complicated part of the Terran early game and can shave dozens of seconds off your build time if you do it right. Which is a kind of a big deal when we're in the first 5 minutes of the game. So we're getting a reactor and a tech lab. I'm not going to try to do anything crazy on his side. Instead, we're going to get the gases on the low ground. We're going to queue this up too, because all of this is going to cost a lot of gas. So this is why we're just chilling here. Run away! Because I have the high ground, nerd. Gonna get a Raven. So with that, how do you decide to build on location versus the main? Almost always the low ground, unless it's a proxy Rex in TBT. Because I already have 2 gases, so my command center was already delayed, right? Because I went 2 gas. So the idea is I'm just delaying it early in case they go Proxy Reaper in order to get my tech. But once I have my tech and they're not going Proxy Reaper is a very popular build, by the way. As you may well know, if you have played some ladder. But... Whoop! Cyclone! Ooh, so guess what counters 1 Cyclone? If you said 2 Cyclones, congratulations. You can do math. Get out of here, nerd. We're gonna flip this over and get a 3rd command center, mostly because I slipped on my build a bit and I have the money, so. But I did successfully determine. I like using all my production on 1 key. I used to use like 5, 6, 7, which is apparently more of a Brood War style of hotkeying things. But I find just tabbing through, like you can see, just tabbing through. Honestly, I just move my face. People just keep commenting on the instantaneous APM, which sometimes shoots up because holding down 1 key will make it shoot up overall, and we're obviously doing average instead. But Moving on. What do we have? 35. Oh, we're too late. 35 SCVs is when we get barracks 2 and 3. Now, I'm not going to cut SCVs for it. It's more important to be building SCVs constantly than it is to worry about the specific timing there. Building more SCVs. Having too much money is the best possible problem. Subscribe today. Alright, he's trying for the Cyclones. Gonna move this back. Gonna get the engineering base. Ooh, what a spicy move that is. Good thing I was looking that way. He's got a Liberator as well. We're just gonna move these around. Control F1 to get those idle SCVs out of the way.
Ready to plunder.
Very important not to be addicted to select all army when you're dealing with especially this sort of style. Because if I keep going back and forth, well, I'm gonna have a bad time. I'm just gonna keep those Vikings on patrol. These ones on patrol here. Gonna hotkey these in with everything else. Get my 1-1 started. Gonna get a couple more Vikings. I'm not even producing Marines right now. I don't need medevacs. As much as I love this medevacs for all policy we could have, 2 Marines, 2 medevacs, not enough. All right. So now we're making some more Marines. Before that, honestly, I've seen pro games where we get up to 150 supply, and they're both still building Vikings. Like, because if you get air control, you can go Liberators to push your siege tanks forward with the extra vision and potentially dislodge theirs. So, air control is a huge deal. I don't think it's nearly as important here because neither of us is going to be using it perfectly, but let's give it a quick scan. It's mech. That means we're going to cancel that and build Marauders. Is that a fusion core? No, it's a second armory. Okay, so. Alright, so this is going to be a little more. So here's the deal. Option 1, we're going to get a, well, step 1, not option 1. We're not offering option. Step 1, get 3 bases and map control. Alright. Step 2, put your Marines in the medevacs. Alright. Show them the medevac. No. Step 2 is I'm going to take air control and go battle cruisers. If we get to step 2. If step 1 works and wins the game, like if I am get close to maxing out and am able to beat his army without terrible damage, then we're doing that. But the idea is I can just take more of the map, and since my production facilities and barracks don't cost as much gas, I can catch up in tech. Who does that? This man microwing his Liberator.
Ready for dust off.
We're gonna get some sandbag depots here. Just keep patrolling the Vikings. A surprisingly effective random Liberator here. Does he have his 3rd up? No. We're going to send out. We're shift clicking, and then I'm going to split off 2 Marines, and then re-hotkey the rest. That sends those 2 Marines out on that hotkey without being crazy here. Alright, killed the Liberator. This does feel like one of those games where he might. I'm already going to get blading first. That's a bunch of Cyclones. We're getting Marine Marauder, Siege Tank, and Medevacs on those hotkeys. I'm going to get another Orbital, and this will end up being my 4th command center. I'm getting more SCVs. 75 is the target. 75 to 85. We're going to keep 1 Siege Tank back. And then move out. Why are we moving out? Because he's thinking about expanding. So we ought to at least take a look around and see if we can get anything done. Probably not, but I'm now going to get starports 2, 3, and 4, and a fusion core. we're gonna start building more Viking. Ow. This is to stress him out right now. That's all we're doing there. We're making him very uncomfortable with existing. I mean, me IRL, am I right? But, just make him keep thinking about it. And triple starport. So I'm still building, especially siege tanks. We're gonna turn that into a planetary. Gonna put a sensor tower, a few sandbag depots, and then just click on those minerals. Take a look around. Starting to mine out of the main and the natural. We'll grab some SCVs from there.
Mineral cluster expended.
He's gonna see my switch, but the real question is, can he do anything about it? Take a look in his main. He's adding more starports, but I've already switched, and he has no real... Don't. No. Okay. Somehow it's not walled off. What a Christmas miracle. Walling off siege tanks is an art form that I've perfected. But there's always room to improve your craft. Alright? Don't you worry.
Mineral field depleted. By the numbers.
What do we have here? There's Marines. So we're gonna hotkey these now.
Exhausted.
Yep, those are my units. We're going to go to select all army, control click the Vikings to hotkey them onto the 3 key.
Just want some. Ready to blunder. You ready for combat?
And now I'm gonna get the turret upgrades here.
Upgrade completed.
I can also get advanced ballistics, potentially for liberators. But we know right now, this map, you can lock down pretty much all the bases. You know exactly where they all are. There are only 6 bases per side. It has the least bases of any map we've seen in a long time. So, I know pretty much exactly what he's doing. And how many bases he has to do it. Gonna get a couple more starports and another factory here. We're gonna use the battle cruisers on tactical jump cooldown. No, we're not. We have all this. He's going through the rocks. Let's see up here. We're gonna go ahead. Anti-armor missile. Where are the Vikings? We'll just hit the tanks here like this. We can jump with the battlecruiser that's getting damaged. Come in with the Marines. Jump away. You can also use the, I usually use, instead of looking at the screen, I just usually use the command card, where you can just click on whichever one is clearly getting damaged. That's a bit more consistent than trying to click on the field as well. The command, especially for things like battle cruisers, which are, you're not gonna have too many of them. There's a physical limit to how many battle cruisers you could have, so.
In the rear with the gear. Huh? I'm in
Exhausted.
All right.
Vespine geyser.
Speaking of physical limit, let's try to free up some supply.
Ready for pickup?
What? Oh my god. All right. Supply. Freed up. All right, target the tank. Do I have 3-3 on the way? I do.
In the rear with the gear.
He was quite entrenched. But, alright. We now have more battle cruiser. I need to make sure I have some siege tanks here.
Scared me.
Drop a couple mule.
Ready to plunder.
What's going on?
Constructed.
Well, butter my biscuit.
Who wants some?
What is it?
We're just gonna clear.
Engage.
So you could potentially go Raven. Like that is an option with interference matrix, but it's kind of unreliable is the issue. So he's doing this Hellion drop and microing those Hellions. Unfortunately, well, we cleared out a base there.
Yes, Commander.
So
Mineral cluster.
got the Yamatos.
Command center upgraded.
We're gonna need more than 2 SCVs to repair. Big job, huh?
Biscuit.
You ready for war?
But more battle cruiser.
Mineral field exhausted.
In the rear with the gear.
We can go ahead, set up. You know, I like those turrets. Oh, I have Marines over here. Do we want to fill in? I went for high-sec auto tracking and building armor before 3-3 on the ground. Well, I only have like 2 Marines, so.
You gonna get
We could use some help here.
It does make some sense. The battle cruisers, how long on tactical jump? We're ready for another pass. So just using that tactical jump on cooldown every minute or so. The cooldown is kind of obscenely short.
Yep.
I gotta remember to jump
Yeah,
back
whatever.
like over here when I'm jumping home.
command center upgraded.
Because
Called in the fleet.
I actually think I win this fight now. Micro. I lost a lot of battle cruisers, but he lost all of his anti-air, so. We're gonna go ahead and just A-click everything else over there. And repair the BCs.
Oh, really?
Go ahead. What's going on?
Ah! You scared me! We're carving away the turrets here. Where are you going?
That means.
Depleted.
Roger.
You can get some more biddles.
Yes,
Micro! Oh, he just landed. I don't think he has building armor. Some cyclones there. Yup! It's fine.
Huh?
I think
What is it?
if we control click and then we shift click off these ones, everybody else has a Yamato cannon ready, so we're gonna use them.
Oh, really?
I can also bring all my Vikings, which I've been building up as well, out of the 1 reactored starport I still have. Yamato. Yamoto. You say Yamato, I say tomato. Nobody says GG. But that's kind of a given. Nice. $69 APM. Which, I mean, battle cruisers have a tendency to be a bit more APM efficient. When you use Yamato, do you click on a unit or an area? Yamato is only targeted on units. It does not do AoE damage. Despite the animation and what most noobs think, it only targets a single unit. It's no Widowmine. All right. You know what? I think we actually want to focus on Protoss a bit. I've been doing a lot of Terran. I don't know how I'm going to handle Zerg. Nobody knows how they're going to handle Zerg. That's why it's 20% of the population. All right. But I did see finally our favorite challenge individual here is maybe I need to like this one, but Mr. Thermal with the you know, this is probably not good to have during the guide portion of the stream. But currently trying my hardest challenge yet, having fun while playing Zerg. I guess it's good to see that I'm not alone in my sentiments. But this is a higher level issue overall. It's not so much it's because at the highest level you just need to build queens and get punched in the face a lot. That's how you play Zerg. Or maybe you can find some sort of crazy all-in timing. But otherwise, it's building queens and getting punched in the face. Those are your options. Where was I? I got distracted. Ah, yes. All right. Do you get different 1v1? Yes, ever since, I think it was at least free to play. You've had a different MMR per race. But a lot of people will get discouraged because, say you're Diamond with Terran, the MMR for your other races starts out around the MMR of your highest level race. So, like, if you've played only Terran, and now you want to try Zerg, you're going to be facing the same people for at least a little while. It will quickly change. Like, instead of losing 30 or 20 MMR per game, you'll lose like 40 or 50. So, it will even out eventually. But you will probably, if you haven't started out trying all the races, probably lose the majority of your first few dozen games before it kind of figures out where you are. Unless Protoss is just that easy, right, bro? Alright, so. And another important point, this is my biggest recommendation for people who get easily frustrated with certain matchups, is spend a quarter of your time. Say you play, optimistically, 20 games a week. Make 5 of those games the race that you struggle with the most. Alright? Like, say you're a Terran, and you just spend your free time complaining about Protoss, why not play Protoss for 5 games? I think this is the most important thing. It's the most helpful for me, as a macro random player, and just in general for maintaining that mindset of it doesn't. If your rank isn't in a league that goes above 100, that's a fancy way of saying Grandmaster, by the way, then it's not the matchup. It's the issue is mostly between the chair and the keyboard. So, at the end of the day, I find that to be the most important thing. More than any sort of build order guide, in the long term, having a little bit of perspective will go a long way. Alright, so we're doing PvP. I don't know why I said it like that, but I find myself, my brain, I'm trying to slow down my hands, which sometimes slows down my words, which slows down my brain. You might be like, is that the right order? No, a lot of the times I say things and then I'm surprised at what I said. I'm like, oh shit. So, and then I either have to correct it or I move on quickly so people don't notice. So we're gonna start out 2 stalkers. And we're gonna get the next pylon on the low ground. 3rd pylon, low ground by the minerals here. And then this probe, now this is the hardest part. I don't even know if I want to recommend this. This is the anti-adept probe. You've probably seen this in pro games. This is the probe that sits here and temporarily builds like a shield battery if there are adepts coming in. And the reason I have it on patrol is so it doesn't show up on the idle worker key. And it's easier to move around like that. We're gonna get 2 more stalkers. And get down for the Nexus and then go back to your patrol. I have that probe hotkeyed. So not dying to 2 adepts is a challenge that even pro players still struggle with in Protoss versus Protoss. So, and yes, the best system we've come up with is to have a probe just kind of sitting at the top of the ramp, which temporarily slaps down a shield battery. And why do you pick a shield battery and not a pylon? Not because you want the shield battery. It's a shield battery because it costs the same as a pylon, and it builds slower. So you don't have to micro it as much. And if you do happen to let it finish, it's more useful most of the time than a pylon. But that's why it's a shield battery most of the time, and not a pylon. It's not because you need a shield battery, it's because it's less inconvenient.
Additional pylons required.
Alright, additional pylons required. I make 1 sentry. 2 observers is probably a bit much, but we're gonna be going for Immortal, Archon, Charge Lock.
Additional pylons required.
So, gate number 3, alongside my Twilight Council. Let's take a look around. He's already got a Nexus done? Okay. Well, I think I'm safe now. +1, +1, +1. So those are going to be some juicy charge lots there. Okay. Well, Chrono Booster. He's got an observer. Don't look at me! Actually, I could probably kill his observer here. We're gonna bring this observer back. Anyways. Charge. And a forge. So, he's gonna have all those fancy upgrades. I don't know. We're still working out what builds I really want to focus on for this. There's observers all over me. I'm working on charge. We're chrono boosting. Getting 1 more. The reason I'm getting adepts is because I'm gonna use his wall against him here. We're going to go up. I'm getting another pylon.
Quantity insufficient.
He has multiple observers here. But he has a wall off there, right? So... we can just go through the pylons. So I noticed he had 3 forges. You know what that means? he doesn't have many gateways, which means he can't have very many units. This is science. And math, which is science for nerds. That's a dark shrine he's building there. And you can get rid of it. That's a robo bay.
Mineral field exhausted.
And we just kind of walk in. Guess we can get this pylon as well, which has quite a few gateways at it.
Who does that?
I'm building some more immortals at home.
Supply pylons.
I think he's gonna try to repower those gates. We could just kill the gates. Does he have enough money? Is the question. Force fields. Ah, yes, PvP. PvP at its finest. Just walk up and kill him. Like, so the trigger there was he had 3 forges and only 2 gates. So he's invested more resources in upgrades for his units than the units themselves. So that means me with 3 gates and a robo, as opposed to him with 2 gates and 3 forges, I'm going to have, and that's why PvP is so volatile. All it takes is 1 or 2 extra units, let alone like 20. Oh, I guess not 20, like 10 more. But that is a significant portion why. Thank you.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Lieutenant Mojo for unavailable months. His name is Roach Ling. He's got a Ling portrait and a Roach banner. I appreciate it. All right, like I appreciate the commitment.
Not enough minerals.
So I'm rallying my first probe down, and now it's time for the architecture. What are we doing? We're gonna put this so the power field is almost touching the edge. It doesn't have to touch the edge. It just has to get close. And then I'm gonna send that probe out to scout to see. So, do we want to get in the habit of blocking the hatch?
Additional pylons required.
This is how it's done, but for very specific reasons that really aren't that important. Like, because at the highest level, like your Cero versus Max Packs, taking the hatch and using the Adepts and Oracle. Ah! Nope. No hatch for you. Nope. You wanna fight me, bro? I win that fight. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna be hurt, but... yeah. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Well, that's not how that's supposed to go. Ah! Run away! Get the Nexus. Ah! Well. Alright, so we're leaving that one space gap. I don't need to wall off. His spawning pool is not done. This is a pro tip. If he doesn't have a spawning pool done, he can't build Zerglings. Alright? Fun fact. So I don't need to worry about things and stuff. I'm still keeping the probe down there, just to be careful, but it's going to be one of the next things we build. Gonna get warp gate, gonna get an adept, and now I get that gate. But just for a test, is this a wall? All right. It looks a little odd, but this is why we don't build it like this, because if you do it like that, I made it one back. Like I said, you can practice thousands of games, and even now it is technically a wall, but I can't build a battery behind it correctly. So I'm gonna, if like the Zerglings come in, I have to build a gate. It's because these need to be slightly anyways, the point is, it's a wall, but it's not a perfect... God. Walling off is Protoss, like I've said, is an art form that is surprisingly complicated. Safety shield battery, because that's a mediocre wall, even though it works. Mostly because, what if he does, say, what if my opponent here named Roach Lang does a, now this sounds crazy, a Roach Lang all-in. Well. Alright, another pylon. This one so I can warp into the low ground at the third base. We're looking for... Alright, I'm gonna get an Oracle first. Oracle for scouting. I don't see a third. We're gonna scout again with all of this. But I am not taking a third base yet. We're actually gonna get a robo in the main and another gate. How many? We'll start working on these gases. Another pylon down here. Gonna get a second Oracle, one for offense, one for defense. Not gonna get too crazy with them. Sentry. Chrono. Go into gas here. He's got his third on the way. Lair is done, so we're gonna slap a revelation back there. Oh, he doesn't have any defenses, so just shift click a bunch of stuff down. 6 kills. And we see that's an infestation pit. So... It could be Swarm Hosts. I'm gonna get a Twilight, and we're gonna work towards Archons. Twilight, a Forge.
Must construct additional pylons.
Sending the probe out. I'm rallying it to the minerals, because that way it can mineral walk through the wall there. Very fancy maneuvering. Gonna get a stasis. We're just gonna slide this Oracle by. Try to get another tag. And bring it on out. He's just now taken the third. We'll get charge. +1 there. And a Templar Archives. Do I have 50 probes? We're getting on 50 probes. I've got a couple more queued up. It's time for the gateway explosion. I'm gonna build a couple more in my main, but because now I am intent on defending this, we're gonna end up building most of the rest at the third base. Get the oracles out there. Gonna build a cannon at the net. So, I'm stealing this from Hero, which is just put a probe in your wall so you can use the select all army hotkey. And not screw up your wall in. Oh, Hero. We have 3 out of 3. Chrono. We're not bothering the storm, by the way. Just to be clear. Get an observer. I'm gonna get 2 more robos down here. More probes. We're gonna start working on the archons. And I'm gonna mine through this wall, so that way I can work my way down. Ah! Bungles! They're mildly inconveniencing me. I'm gonna open up 2. I don't want to open up the entire mineral wall because Zerg. I'd rather have a choke point to work with against them.
Army upgraded.
Let's put a stasis there. Let's see how that goes. Alright, +2 attack. Immortals.
Depleted.
I have 68 probes. Gonna get more gases. I'm gonna queue up another stack of probes, aka like one on one full nexus. So that'll be about 15 more probes.
Required.
And that will put me at like 80 something, which is enough. More than enough, technically, but we're gonna make a tough choke point for him, including some warp gates. Get some of these gases. We can take some of the extra probes from these bases. Queuing up more immortals. Chrono. Really probably should add more forges. Can do that now. Gonna get a fleet beacon as well, in case we need to switch that up, but it's doubtful.
Additional Vespi.
There we are. More Archon. I'm just gonna fly around a little and see. Does he have a 4th? He does. Let's see if we can find that army. Hello. There's the infestors. Rude.
Let us begin.
Let's get some stasis here. I'm hotkeying. Oh, we didn't hotkey in the forge or the cybercore. No comment.
Cannot warp there.
Gonna get another. I'm going to hotkey only these robos. The robo in the main.
Upgrade.
It's not worth my trouble. We're gonna get Blink as well. Couple more Archon. I have my 1 sentry for Guardian Bubble. That's it. That's all we need there. Get another Observer and a Warp Prism. Bring this probe over here. Hey, you're not done building. Oh my god. Same deal. Just making it tough. We've got the observers. And now we'll warp in a round of zealots. And that pretty much maxes out. So I have my oracles. I'd like to put them on 6. Do we have a warp prism? We do. So I'm gonna send the warp prism out here. So while I'm setting this all up, I'm gonna build 2 more stargates and a dark shrine. So what does this do? This is so if he has a bunch of lurkers, or maybe even broodlords, I should have what it takes to deal with them. Get the gases. We're gonna borrow some probes from most of these bases. Put them over there. So, let's move out. I'm gonna put a few stasis down. We gotta find the army. That warp prism moving around.
Mineral Mineral field depleted.
If I can get a revelation on the army. There you go. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. So probably the best way to deal with this, that's a lot of hydras, is going to be
Upgrade completed.
move that warp prism into the main, try to drag it out of position.
Researched.
Should have left a little bit more supply open.
Supply.
We interpret.
Looks like he moved the army mostly out of the way. We're gonna move the warp prism away now. Gonna need some more robos here,
Mineral field
as well as a robo bank. Siege up one of those observers. So now he comes back. We're gonna just queue up a revelation on that area. Bring the warp prism back in. Send these guys in again. Fall back. Just keep kind of like dragging him off the creep into stasis wards and such. And
not possible.
just keep sending the zealots in. So the stasis kind of acts as a choke point against the ultras as well. So that way we can kind of cut off all the units. And then the main base is getting hit. He didn't build much roach link. But in that case, he had a huge army, but fighting it in the right spot was going to be the most important part. Looks like we made it. 74 out of 75. But still a bit dicey. But at some point, the Zerg army will beat you on the open field, which is why you never fight on the open field, if you can avoid it. That kind of army to fight outright needs Storm, and Storm takes extra micro, so it's a lot easier to just use the War Prism. Max Pax actually does this a lot. Essentially maxes out at 180 supply. That's it. We're done. Because then you can warp in 10 zealots to where you need it, or 10 more gateway units, as opposed to having to wait or kill your own units or something. Everyone's favorite. Some more Protoss versus Protoss. Alright. We're gonna try to boil it down here. Which is... it's madness. Okay. There is no really stable build. But, overall, I think the 2 gate is probably your best bet. We're gonna scout off the first gate, just to make sure. Cannon rush is not an unpopular option.
Cannot warp there.
So,
Not enough.
if he steals my gate, I'll make sure he doesn't steal the other one. It's not the end of the world. It's annoying, and it definitely slows him down as well to steal the gas that early. Are you serious, bro? Alright. Oh, he's blocking it. Ah, that's cute. Yeah. This isn't a cannon rush. He's blocking my gas. So let's see how long it takes to get it. We'll just mine with 4. So his cyber core will be delayed.
sufficient.
Let's see. He's building a zealot here. So these kind of players are usually very scared that their opponent's gonna do something cheesy, so they do it first.
Enemy
So that's
assaulting
the
probes.
situation there.
Probes under attack.
You usually don't want the second pylon at that spot, but we're just gonna do that early. So I think I'm just gonna go for 2 adepts. And we're gonna shade into the mineral line and do a tiny bit of fancy micro.
Additional pylon.
And teach him why we wall off in this matchup. Another thing about adepts is they are pretty cheap on gas early on. And since he only has 1 gate, there shouldn't be too much issue.
Glory to the Daylom.
Like, even if he has a stalker or a zealot, you can kind of just run around him. Make sure that probe just sit at the watchtower. Hello. I win that fight.
Give us your command.
Assuming we're fighting.
Let your will be heard.
Send them
It shall
over
be
this
done.
way. Does he have an expo?
Where shall we march?
So,
Let none deter us. The Templar, march. Forward. Faith or fear. For Salah. We are of one mind. Yes, the ire shall be reclaimed. Give us your command. Forward.
there you go. This is one of those that I usually advocate just not worrying about your opponent, but if he spent his entire early game worrying about me, there's going to be a glaring weakness. And that glaring weakness is the reason you don't block a Protoss and build a bunch of pylons in their base is because then you have nothing at home and die to 2 adepts. That's why. Educational experience. Like, because you just spent several hundred minerals doing nothing but, trying to delay their gas mining. I don't know if there are any maps in the current pool. So, the gas block is still not much of a thing, but it works a lot better when the gas gases are like this. When they're, next to each other, because you can just slap, slap, and you're good to go. So if they don't react quickly, then maybe you'll get it. But it's pretty obvious when they've taken one. You have a pretty decent reaction time, and you can just hold. You don't actually have to take your own. You can just hold position of probe next to it, and that'll consider it blocking, because the gas geyser is technically slightly larger than the worker, so, or the gas itself. Gonna get that 2 gate. Oh, I should have got my second gas. It's now ingrained, the build. Either way. Gonna put 3 in 1. He's on the low ground there. Gonna pull 1 worker off to build the cyber core on time. So he's doing a 1 gate expand, which is illegal. It's an illegal build, unfortunately. We're going to 3 gate. You don't get to expand like that in this matchup. If he was going to expand, it should have been at the back. So, I think the most reliable way, we're gonna just build a gateway at the front, and we're gonna spend all the chrono boost on warp gate. so that way it's finished as quickly as possible. We're building it in front, so it's harder to get surface area there. I'm moving the probe away so they can't snipe the probe in case I need to build another pylon. I'll build another pylon back at home just in case. So, gonna get 4 stalkers, and then by then Chrono Boost should be enough to finish up the warp gate, and then we'll warp in. It's a 4 gate, by the way, in case. There you go. The reason this is an illegal build is because I can finish warp gate and hit him. Unless he's blindly built like 6 shield batteries, I'm going to have too many units for him to deal with. The other option is blindly building a robotics facility. And going for an immortal. These are all reliant on expecting exactly what I'm doing here.
Research completed.
Alright, the warp gates open up. And the reason we're building stalkers is they're the most reliable at breaking the front here.
I'm here in the shadows.
Alright.
Comes to all.
We can now build a depths, which we can control click and shade up to join. Adepts are usually a good follow-up because they will do things like pulling the probes. Bring some more stalkers in, but warp gate was delayed, and yeah, illegal build. It wouldn't have taken, it doesn't take too much micro there. I could have just fought. The thing is, even if he finishes warp gate, if he doesn't have a shield battery or any other tech, I have 4 gates and he only has 2. So even if he's able to warp in a few units, there's just not enough. That's the simple version. Good old-fashioned 4-gate. And especially since he went for the Nexus before he went for the Cyber Core, which delayed it longer. And that's why I had already warped in units by the time, before he even finished his warp gate. I mean, I sunk the Chrono Boost into it as well. But the fact that I was able to warp in units, walk them up, kill both pylons, and he still didn't have warp gate done is a demonstration why you don't do that mostly. Okay, so I was hoping we would get some Protoss versus Terran. Now that I'm playing Protoss and Terran is so common. But apparently, well, PvP is definitely a harder matchup to wrap your head around. Because the most important part is understanding it's impossible to do so. Alright? But, especially at the lower levels, you have to just... Sometimes you will just lose. And that's how it is. Alright, this is why it's somewhat harder for Protoss, even in pro tournaments, to be consistent. Because, statistically, the greatest enemy of Protoss consistency is other Protoss in PvP, because it's such a hard matchup to be anywhere close to reliable in. And considering that Europe, especially like the regionals, are approximately 97% Protoss. No, that's not true. It's 70%. But I guess we're preparing for those high-level tournaments then. It counts. Alright, gonna get the gas geysers. think it was like 1776 or something ridiculous. Get that second gate. Make sure we have 3 and gas. That was a bit suspicious, but
Under assault.
no touching. Gonna build that second pylon. Usually I like to build it behind the mineral line. Because this is, well, this is a common spot because you can put your tech back there and you can put a shield battery in your mineral line easily. Ah! You scared me. Okay, so he didn't wall up and he's only on 1 gate. I'm not in love with this. Like, I'm not in love with just building 2 adepts and winning the game. But that is also the play. Like, gonna get a robo behind. That third pylon gonna be on the bottom of the ramp, next to the gas geyser, near the expo.
Glory to the Daylong.
Went on the wrong side. I'm not necessarily expanding yet. I'm gonna have that probe on patrol here.
Yes, ire shall be reclaimed. Najakar Mina.
We're gonna build a sentry, which builds quite quickly with the other one now. Go down and get my expo. Because he only had 1 gate, so he's unlikely to be threatening me. Gonna get an observer. And send the shade.
Yes, Executor.
Queue up some probes so I can micro when the time is right.
Probes under attack.
Ooh. He's got an adept in my base. I wasn't paying attention. But I've got 2 adepts in his base. So even though I did wall off, you know what beats 1 adept? It's 2 adepts.
It shall be done.
We're just target firing probes. Well, so he got an adept in, but I got 2 adepts in and clearly did some more damage. These observers kind of just sitting there. We're gonna get a shield battery on the low ground here. And next up is warping in an immortal. Or building an immortal. Is it constructing? It says warping in, but that's a bit of a misnomer. As what if you could warp in with a warp prism, alright? Oh, don't be ridiculous. Terrans quaking in their boots. It's just default state, but... He did have, was it 4 gates? 3 gates. So, some potential there, but I do have a shield battery. No expansion, and he's unlikely to have one with everything we've seen, but...
Not enough. More minerals required. Mineral
Can get a sentry or 2.
sufficient.
Force field should be good. It's doubtful he has blink. Gonna get another pylon up here. Keep Chronoing Immortal. Get a pylon in the main as well, just in case. Still building probes, but it's not the huge priority.
Cannot warp there.
Hello there.
Not enough minerals.
Gonna create a semi-wall. Keep chronoing. Gonna get a couple of depths. They're good for just buffer.
Glory to the Daylong.
I mean, is it time for meet and greet? That's a bunch of charge slots. Kind of as expected. So we'll funnel the charge lots. Another shield battery over here. Force field actually going to be quite useful. Stay. No! I want to be friends! No. He didn't want to be friends.
Sworn shall persevere.
Social distancing. Where was his Twilight? Maybe he built the Twilight in the main. It's been long enough. He did it. Still, within the limit, though he was more accomplished at it, clearly. But the classic adept versus adept. Could we get, like, a not PvP? I don't know. It's been, like, 4 out of 5. But that is sometimes how the ladder be. A Zerg. I feel like I get PvP way more. That's probably because they're over so quick and you get into another game. And because Protoss are all playing PvPs, they're all queuing for games quicker. Self-perpetuating cycle. Protoss versus Zerg, though. First probe, gonna hit that red spot, and right at the edge there. And then send it across to block. I'm gonna rally the next probe down to build a gate. There we are. And come on back. Can make this guy build the gas geyser. No expansion. I'm just gonna patrol there for a second. Do a little fancy micro, and then I'm gonna build a pylon because I'm gonna be that guy about it. He's got 3 larvas. Ah, he was just waiting. Alright, we can cancel that at the last moment. We see the spawning pool timing. That's all the important info there. Now I can send a probe down at 20 supply. Ah! It's gonna build the expansion. We see that the spawning pool is so, relatively late. There's no danger. I don't need to wall off. There's no Zerglings coming across here. All right. Now I just need to check. Oh my god. Look at that graphic. Because I left right as it was morphing on. All right. We're going to use that mineral walk. Put the second pylon in the main.
Enemy assaulting probes.
Let me go. And of course, not force field, but warp gate and an adept. We are gonna go Stargate, but I'm not doing any of the silly delaying warp gate to get a Stargate sort of build. I'm gonna send that probe home. Thought you were going home? Nope.
Not
He's got a bunch of Zerglings here. That's kind of what we were looking for. I could have walled off with a shield battery or something like that
enemy
if needed.
assaulting probes.
Wow, it's chasing all the way. So Zerglings will eventually kill the probe, but they're not fast enough. They'll do it quickly, so. All right, I don't want to build here. I want to make sure I have that space in case I need to build another shield battery. So I'm leaving that 2x2 space.
Glory to the Daylong.
And I think I'm just going to go Void Ray first. There's a juicy Overlord right there. We're not going to get too complicated. We're just going to go Void Ray first. We're not messing around with the Oracle at the moment. One more pylon. This pylon is potentially helping out the third base, as well as scouting the edge. So that's where I want to go from here. Queuing up some more probes.
New technology.
Charge it up. And then cancel it after I kill that. I'm going to go ahead and set up a shift queue on the minimap to clear out any OVs on this side. I'm going to build 2 more Adepts. And then we're going to send a probe through here. These Adepts will shade into that little location. And now we set up the base. Put the pylon right there. And that way you can use it as a sort of mineral wall. Nice and tucked in.
We are of one mind.
Additional pylons are required. Found another OV there. We can put a shield battery down there. Gonna put a sentry in the back line.
Glory to the
I'm just gonna fly through. Looks like nothing too important to deal with. So, I'm quite late on this, but we're gonna get the Twilight Council and the Forge. We'll go with 2 Forges. And these gas geysers. Force field. And you can see the value of the SimCity setup there. Go tell your friends what happened here. Now, I'm gonna get a rowboat. Maybe 2. Let's go with 2, just in case. We'll get a cannon. Gonna get these probes into gas. Gonna get 1 more sentry, and that's actually gonna be for hallucination. So I can scout. Chrono boost. We're gonna get a couple gates in the main. And then we're gonna use some of them to wall off here as well. Nice little tucked in base. Happy little probes until the banelings come rolling in from the wrong side, but we have bigger problems at that point. Chrono. Templar. Gonna get a couple stalkers just in case. Building observers there to start, and then we're gonna work on the immortals. But we're gonna just shift queue 2 hallucinated phoenixes through, and 2 because the spore crawlers will probably kill at least 1. Building more probes. Queue up the immortals. He's upgrading roach speed over there.
Understood.
He does not have very many workers at all. He's got some roaches and ravagers. We're gonna split off a single observer and put it in a key location. If he gets an overseer, he might see it, but like right there, wherever, pretty much where you put overlords if they were invisible. Even then, like, you can use the pervert pillars and stuff like that. More upgrade. I'm gonna get +1 shields because we're gonna start concentrating on those Archons. Do I have 3 out of 3 in gas? Oh my god. Chrono boost.
I return to serve.
Get a warp prism.
Data clock.
Get a nice little setup
New subscriber.
over here. As well.
Mineral cluster.
Mutas are a danger, but he didn't have enough real economy to make it a serious one, so I think if it's okay, like, it's safe enough to put 1 cannon in each mineral line, but you don't want to be spending money to counter something that doesn't exist. So I'll send out the warp prism. We're setting up for that dual-pronged attack. Yeah, it's something over there. Void Ray's just checking. We got 77. I'm gonna make 1 more stack of probes. 3 or 5 on each base. Just move some of the probes from my first couple bases. Get these gas geysers, chrono boost. Why not get some blink? Get a fleet beacon. Can never be too careful. Well, you can be too careful. I just went over that, but idea stands. Gonna get +2 armor.
Army must construct a
Getting those extra pylons so I can max out.
inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
+3 weapon. Alright. 1 round of charge lots with my army. We're going to keep the rest of the supply open for warping into his base.
Cannot warp there.
Is the plan. And as I move out, we're just gonna set up a couple more bases.
Return to serve.
Make sure I get the Dark Shrine, of course. There's his roaches and ravagers. I do have, yeah, we see this base. This will be the target for the main army here. We're just gonna set that up. And then we have that observer in place, so he saw the prism. Clearly. And moved into position. There's the main army. Here come the Hydras. Now we can warp in to the main.
No, not possible. Supply limit.
And then move up over here. Move the warp prism back in. Just fall back. If he's actually able to engage. Let's move some of these guys down. I'm using the minimap for 90% of this. Like, just looking at the minimap, seeing, will it be successful? Back in towards the main here. Ah, he blocked it. But he's down to 2 bases, so. That doesn't give him a lot of leeway. He can bring everything else down. Gonna get more upgrades back at home. Get more Archons set up. I guess we can recall. This is where Storm would be very good. I managed to get some of my units stuck. We'll let him go. Ah! Oh. I'm not sure exactly what he meant on that, but either way. I got the gist. We're just... Corrosive Bile is not very scary. It doesn't hit too much of your army, so I'm just gonna do a little stutter step. And we can do some force fields. Well, I'm building more immortals as well. That's important. Honestly, this is what we need to learn how to use Storm. Okay. Because Storm would be absolutely devastating in this scenario. We're gonna chrono boost out the Storm. This is the army to use Storm against as well, by the way. Like, Hydraling Bane, Ravagerling. It's just usually, especially at lower supplies, you can get by with just Immortal Archon. And it's much easier to get by with Immortal Archon as well. But Storm is... I mean, if possible, that is. But Storm is the ultimate choice. For reasons being demonstrated right now. How long on it? Almost there.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Because if you don't have Storm, honestly, the Immortal Archon doesn't really hold up against just mass Roach Hydra. Like, you can't get enough of your units attacking at one time to make it useful. So we will be going Storm a little quicker from now on, instead of avoiding it as a matter of principle.
Mineral field depleted.
Control F1. Bring all those out of workers. That's a lot of Templar you got there. Thank you. I need some more robots. I already have like 4 Archons with the army. I'm gonna warp in a few Templar and not hotkey them, so that way they don't come with the main army. Zero hotkey gates, because this button, the select our warp gate button, exists.
Mineral field depleted.
If you weren't so busy typing random things in half sentences in Twitch chat and actually looked at the screen, you could learn so much. But, I mean, gotta have people to beat. The Zerglings. Dangerous, but Zealots, more dangerous.
We are focused.
Will they get it done? It's gonna be close! You hero! Oh my god. I'm sending a probe.
We are one.
Get him, Probius.
We are the light.
There goes my hero.
Your dedication will be
It healed enough before.
I am the voice.
So close.
Return to serve.
Alright, now we show the power of Storm.
We shall stand against the darkness. Cold. We are focused.
Obviously, I have plenty of money in the bank here.
Orakai. We are our minds. Cold.
I think at this point, you just gotta let it go. I storm my own observer.
We are.
We got there. So Storm, contrary to popular belief, ruined! Storm, contrary to popular belief, does not stack. So you do want to stagger it. That's why, and also there is technically a cooldown on it. You can't cast 2 storms immediately. There's like 3 seconds or something. If only the same thing was for EMP, but yeah, the answer was Storm to start. In fact, it ended up taking way more APM to win the game. Or, well, not way more, but if I had just, as soon as I won the first fight, or I killed the bases, that's when Storm. I mean, could have gone for it before. That wouldn't have been a big deal. But it should have been earlier as well. Wait, did this work?
New subscriber
Rudy?
detected.
Did that show up before? I don't know, it's been a bit weird tonight. Thank you, hello 99. Killing your own observer was heartless? Well, the observers don't have a heart, so they're mechanical units. It's fine. My bad, that got way too fancy. Setting up the bases like that, if you do a fraction of it, you'll get by. Now another Zerg. Where are the Terrans? So, in the interest of consistency, I am not gonna do
Mineral quantity.
a ramp wall, but instead I'm just gonna go straight to the low ground. Even though this map, technically, you could try expanding, just going for the gold. But I think it's better to just have a consistent setup. I keep thinking I'm gonna veto this map and then forgetting to do it.
Additional. More minerals required.
Chrono boost on the probes, just one for now. There is no pool, quite notably. So we gotta check if he took the gold first. Ain't nothing. Now this is very suspicious. Where did his probe go originally? He's just now building a spawning pool. Shenanigans are afoot. Or he's slow on things, but... I'm checking the back of my base for hatcheries. No, there's another hatch out there somewhere. That was very late for a hatch. If he doesn't, like, if his hatchery is later than yours, your Nexus, and he doesn't have a spawning pool, I think there's another hatch out here. Is the summary. I screwed up the wall again. Yeah, that's not gonna make a wall. Don't look at it. Let's see if...
The firstborn
all right.
shall persevere.
Making a void ray. Gotta stop thinking too hard. It's a disaster. Oh my god. I think it's more than 10% of the time I'm screwed. I'm like, you only screwed up 10% of the time. But 3/5... Ah, I went for the outside. Ah. Somebody's watching Sarah. Kind of crazy. I should have checked all the way through. He went for the outside of the gold. Which I think is actually... It's usually smarter, but... It has its own risks, of course.
We are of one mind.
He's got a second queen.
Let none give us one. We yes,
Still building
Executor.
some Probu during this. I'm not gonna get too crazy. I'm just gonna get my third.
We serve with the firstborn shall persevere. Forward.
Well,
Naja
maybe we can get out.
faith before fear. To glory
Ah, the queen!
awaits. It
Run
shall be
away!
done.
Research completed.
Okay. Well, supply block. Twilight and Forge behind. Gotta get those gases. Go get a shield battery. I have a void ray as well. But he built a bunch of Zerglings to deal with my adepts. But the thing is, because of the nature of the map, the Zerglings can't really do anything. Charge. And I'm gonna get the robos at the natural. Ah! There's not enough space for where I want to put them.
Your dedication.
Thank you. Chase. How did you enjoy? I'm just gonna put a cannon back there just in case he figures something out. And then I'm at 50 probes. It's time. And unlike the other games, this map there's nowhere else to really wall up, so I'm just putting everything in the main. We're going up to 10 gateway. Get a couple sentries here. Hotkey in the robo. Templar Archive. Getting an Immortal. Void Ray can take a look around, but more Immortals.
Gas required.
God, how does the Chrono Boost fill up so quick? Run away!
I return to
Alright, we're gonna get a warp prism now, too. Oh my god, I have none of gas over here.
Field. Upgrade completed.
The danger is mutas at this stage. Don't want to be caught with nothing against him.
I return
More probes. But once I have that prism and a couple archons and +1 and a good retirement plan and a 4th nexus and maybe healthy eating hat. Wait, we don't need those. It's Protoss.
We are focused.
More zealot. Do the battery cannon. The full little outpost there. Gonna move the warp prism up. Hotkey in the void ray. Chrono. This is that timing that's like, might as well get storm. So. We're gonna siege up there. Has he mined through the mineral wall yet? I don't believe so. I should have waited a little longer so he could mine. Well, he's still pretty far out. Alright. Well, moving out once that prism and those gates are coming online. On the dot. Yeah, the rapid fire warpins will shoot the APM up, but I mean, you're still, it's just doing the action of warping in all those zealots more quickly. It's not way more like actions overall. But as you can see, warp gate comes online and the unit count grows dramatically. As you might expect. We're gonna try to find a Terran out there. Otherwise, we're gonna go till, I think 2700. You went insane difficulty on that Zerg? Was that insane? So, I feel like the Adept micro is something that I kind of do by reflex, but actually takes a lot of practice. So with Adepts, there's a lot of using hold position to micro, because they have surprisingly little range. That is usually the easiest way, because since they get outranged by other units, if you hold position, they won't go chase down the queen, but instead they'll target drones. Of course, you can right-click on drones, but that's harder than just hold positioning behind the mineral line. So that is definitely something that takes a little bit more experience. And I probably should not be relying on Adept Mic. I will try to pay attention to that. It's not that I think you should figure out how to do that. I think that's so low on the priority list that it's something that we should hold off on. So I will acknowledge that. As great Adept Micro will win you games, but focusing on it for too long will lose you just as many. Rallying out to gas. Looks fancier when you rally to it. And usually at like 16 and 17 you have just the amount of money. And then I can rally another one to the second gate. And look all planned out there. And it is planned out, alright, but just to make fun of myself a bit. I'm gonna rally into the gas. Speaking of gas, he doesn't, okay, well this, it's another illegal build. Unfortunate, but yeah. Give me a red card there. Am I first? I think so. Fuck! There's a random attack delay, which is a tiny percent, but I blame it. Gonna get 2 stalkers and then Chrono Boost Warp Gate here. Still, I'm gonna build a pylon. So, why is this an illegal build? You simply can't expand in this matchup. Especially not expand before Cybercore. Or you'll die. That's it. And it's the easiest thing. It's one of the easiest builds in the game to just build a bunch of warp gates. There's a reason 4-gate was a staple of Wings of Liberty. Because back then, expanding at all was difficult because of the economy. But in this economy, it's a little bit more nuanced. Like, he's got a zealot here. He found the pylon. But I have stalkers, and I can... this is why I moved the probe away. Because as long as I have that second probe, doesn't matter too much.
Must be placed in power fields. It shall be new technology researched.
He knows it's coming here. But does it matter? Is the question. He has a cannon. Cannons are not very scary. I'm happy. No fun. Is that no fun, no luck? That's what I choose to believe it is. Like I said, an illegal build. You simply, like, you just can't defend it. Because of how Warp Gate works and the fact you can warp in on their doorstep. You can get away with expanding, but your Warp Gate and your unit count needs to be similar, because even a shield battery won't make up, like 8 stalkers can essentially shoot through a shield battery. So a shield battery is not your overall defense. Also, obviously, cannons just die. Like, a cannon is a deterrent, but against, like, 8 stalkers, it's not. Cheesing in the Meta Leagues? That wasn't cheese. He knew it was coming. But that sort of game is kind of decided as soon as he slaps down the Nexus. If I do it correctly. It's hard to screw up the 4-gate after a couple attempts, so that's part of why it's so hard to really get away with an expansion as Protoss early. It's because having 3-4 less units means you just die. Like, the units are so strong, right? There are no Terrans. All the Terrans are dead. They all have bedtime. It's only Protoss and the occasional Zerg. All right, well, once again, that was the only reason we did that was because he expanded first. That's an illegal build. Same is true in TVT. Like, going CC first means I'm just gonna do, like, Reaper Cyclone. It's just more pronounced in PvP because all your early game units are so strong.
Not enough minerals.
All right. Gate number 2. We're just gonna stick around to build the Cybercore momentarily. He's got 1 gate, which is actually a little quicker than mine. I can't see his health, but so he didn't wall off, but he does have a pretty quick Cybercore, so it's a semi-legal build. So therefore, I'm not going to rely on trying to get a depths in. Instead, we're going to do the safest expand, which is Stalker Sentry. It's safe in the sense that if he's also expanding, I still have options. But it's the cheapest on minerals while still building 2 units here. Technically, that would be just 2 sentries, but you can't just go 2 sentries because then all you have is 2 sentries, which is not enough. Warp gate. We're gonna keep the sentry on the high ground here. And this probe, we're gonna do another Stalker Sentry combo. This probe is my bouncer probe. It's the shield battery in case of a depths probe. I'm gonna have 1 pylon here. Oh! And then we're gonna send the probe into scout. Now we start building probes ourselves. And a robotics facility. He did expand here. Show me your secrets. A robo. If I stand very still, he won't notice. We're gonna... I like building a hallucinated or... Wait, I already scouted his base. I don't need to scout. Oh, it's just out of reflex here. But I like building the hallucinated oracle, because sometimes they'll freak out. But I have a feeling this player will not freak out, because they're not paying any attention.
Our fate.
Run away!
Harmonized.
New technology researched.
We gotta let him know it's a hallucination. It's a mental victory, and also it can make the difference in a like, because the choice is a phoenix or an oracle when it comes to hallucinated units. So they're both the quickest version, but a phoenix, even 1 phoenix if it was real, wouldn't be that scary. So. What are we at? 36 probes, still not quite enough here. Another couple stalkers. We get 1 more observer. And then we're getting charged lot Archon. I've got 40 probes now. We can get gases 3 and 4. I need to see if he has a 3rd base on the way and how many gateways. Because you can really tell when they intend on attacking based on how many gates. Because really, if you don't have enough gates, you just can't build enough units. It's wisdoms. Alright, he's got a Twilight. Not that many probes here. Which means it's my turn to build way more gates. Going up to 6, 7, 8.
Quantity insufficient.
I just got some more gates at the front. All right. Gonna get another Immortal. And then Templar Archives. And then a Tasteless Pylon to back up this Artosis Pylon. Always important. And this won't save me from other observers, but I'm just gonna go ahead and put that on the high ground there. Okay. Where do I want to take my third? We're just gonna take it down here. I'm taking it as a... Oh, he's got an observer in my base.
Mineral. I return to serve.
You saw the shimmer? I don't know. There it is. Here we are. Gonna get a couple Archons and then warp in some charge lots. You know, the flavorings. Taking that third base. I'm gonna get a cannon each mineral line. These are the anti-DT cannons. We don't like your kind around here. Dark Templar. Alright.
Time for battle.
Hallucinated Phoenix. Let's look at his upgrades. No upgrades. It's a cannon. Just gonna put this a little further out. I'm gonna use a Hallucinated Phoenix to actually... Looks like he wants to take a third now. Stargate. Alright. Two more Archon. The charge lot. Stacks of probes. Chrono boost. So that third base will be the location to hit. Gonna make the gates part of the wall off area here. I guess he could attack as well. That's on the table. Oh, you saw that warp prism, right? Gonna try to intercept it. Still building probes. Where did you go?
Exhausted. It shall be as you say.
Well, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Get a couple stalkers in the main. Another shield battery cannon. Everybody else can come with me. Gonna get some more pylons. As pylons. He's clearly taken the third now. I still have that pylon I built earlier. So, we have that going. I'm gonna go through these rocks. How long? I'm +2? Almost done. There's the warp prism, by the way. Why not take a fort? +3 attack. Speaking of attack. What upgrades does he have? +1 shields. Oh, that's not enough. Are those DTs? Yep. Or an observer. No, they're DTs. Can target the pylon. Bring this observer up. He went for DTs. He started off strong, and then he's like DTs and Void Rays though, which is not. You can't really just switch into it.
Attack.
All right. Well, we bring the observer. I'm gonna build a few more observers just in case. Go up to the high ground. He's warping in a bunch of DTs. The Dark Shrine is well protected. All right. There might be an EQ. Well. All right. What do you got there? But at the end of the day, Immortal Archon, you gotta stay the course. Because maybe you sneak in with DTs, but they're so expensive. While many games are lost to them, they cost a lot less to prepare for than to execute. So they're not a terrible thing to have when you have like 70 probes and 4 bases, but overall, it's not. It ain't it. It ain't it. Okay. I think one more game. More focused on Protoss today. Yeah, I think chat's somewhat broken on Twitch chat. And not like in the normal, nonsensical way. But don't worry. I've spent my entire career ignoring Twitch chat, so. Barcode Protoss in Gold League with the Battlecruiser portrait. Interesting. Thank you, Smexy.
Will be rewarded.
Back to giving you my money, lol.
Not enough minerals.
Interesting. We'll see what this artisan has to offer us. Maybe we'll do some as Terran to follow this up. I still, like, I'm gonna have to commit some time to figuring out what I want as Zerg. Because I think Zerg is... Like, Terran and Protoss can use a similar mindset and kind of methodology for ranking up and for learning. Zerg is like an entire... It's like the difference between Terran and Protoss is whether you're playing forward or defense in football, whereas Zerg is playing American football, freedom football. Like, that's the difference here. The game is still the same. The mechanics are still very similar with Terran and Protoss. The specifics are different, but the armies kind of control the same as well. But with Zerg and the production being also your economy, as well as a completely unique mechanic of creep, yeah, it's a bit more to figure out. He's doing an illegal build. He doesn't have a cyber... He expanded before Cyber Core with 1 gas. Which, as we know, is an illegal build. If he had walled off on the high ground, it might be borderline, but... Chrono Boost, the Warp Gate. We're gonna build 4 Stalkers. A Proxy Gate. Keep Chrono Boosting Warp Gate, and then 1 more gate at home. Straight up 4 gate. Which is nearly statistically impossible to hold if you go for the illegal build that our friend is doing. Like, they have to really screw up, and you have to be hard countering exactly this with no information. Otherwise, you're gonna have a bad time.
Cold is the void. I am here in the shadows. I am the heart of darkness. Research completed.
I can actually chrono one of the gates. Get that extra warp in a little quicker.
I am here in the shadows.
8 stalkers is the number. There it is. Which is enough to go straight through a shield battery. No. Well, assuming they were healing with it. The idea is you can out DPS the shield battery. Even if they have like 4 or 5 stalkers, because 8 stalkers do enough damage to kill stalkers before the shield battery can heal them. Even if it's overcharged, because they do enough damage to get to the hull. So by the 2nd or 3rd volley, they just go right through it.
It shall be as you say. I serve for now.
He went for Stargate and then more gates behind, but... illegal build. Why are you a barcode, my friend? He's been platinum 11 times. At what point did he decide to... He's been platinum 2 or 3? There, besides that one probably screwed up ranking season. And he picked a barcode. He plays a ton of co-op, has a lot of achievements. It's not a throwaway account, but he's like, I want to be a barcode. Will these be on YouTube? Right now, they're on YouTube. We're live streaming to Twitch and YouTube. YouTube has higher quality stream because no bitrate restrictions. But I don't know if these will be on the like official channel, because today I'm kind of figuring out. Yes, we're gonna keep bowling. So I will say this: I have played now like a dozen games up through Platinum as Protoss, a few dozen as Terran. Out of about 40 to 50 games I've played between Silver and Platinum. I have, so remember, I'm a filthy smurf myself. I'm obviously not Platinum. I threw about a dozen games at the start to get down to Silver. And then we just played. And I will tell you, I have found maybe one smurf. Like, as someone who is quite qualified to tell if players are a certain level or not, I found a few players who seem to have a solid build. Like, either from mine or other guides, but were very one-track about it. Most of the players who seem to have a dangerous build or strategy are still F2 addicts, is what I found here. So that is a bit harder to deal with, because if they build a lot of units, at the end of the day, more shit counters less shit. But, yeah, I'm actually a little surprised we haven't found any that are of clearly higher level, but that's probably a good thing overall. Where is guide? That's a good question. Better macro and F2 A move is a legit strat. It is, and it's a successful strat. I mean, there are plenty of people that can learn something and are moving up. A lot of people kind of get bogged down I think, thinking about that this is at the end of the day, this is not a strategy game. You're not playing a strategy game. If you think you are, that's why you're still in Platinum. Because you are playing a real-time macro simulator with some strategy and micro thrown in. Occasionally. But that is simply how it, like, Brood War, the lauded most perfectest game of all time, is 99% telling your fucking workers how to mine minerals, not strategy. There's even less units than StarCraft 2. They're very stupid. The entire time is herding different versions of cybernetic cats or telling your workers to do their fucking jobs. Like, and that is considered premium strategy. So, but at the end of the day, StarCraft 2 isn't too far off that, as there are some baseline unit compositions that work for everything. Do you play MOBAs? Occasionally, and unfortunately, but okay. If we get 6 more subscribers by the end of this advertising break, we'll do some Terran games tonight. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed. How will I measure it? Well, we'll find out. But a quick advertising break. If you could pause ad block, that'd be awesome. Thank you for watching. I'll be right back. Welcome back.
Subscriber has been acquired.
I'm Winter, and I'm here to tell you how to change your life. Yes, Amazon Prime. If you haven't, we know you have Amazon Prime. Many of you have Prime Gaming as well. You've heard of it, but you haven't taken the plunge. So, let me help you. Now, if you don't have Amazon Prime, don't worry. I'm sure a friend or concerned citizen nearby can order you something to go fuck yourself. But if you do have that Amazon Prime, you can use Prime Gaming every single month to subscribe to a streamer of your choice. And we've seen your search history, we've seen your purchases, so instead of allowing you to make the decision, maybe rely on recommendations for once. Yes, subscribe right here, right now, with Prime Gaming. Make the difference today, because every moment you don't, you're losing money for me. So subscribe to Prime Gaming, because here at Amazon Prime, we know where you live. You told us. Good luck, and good night.
Your dedication will be rewarded. Hell is about time. Your dedication will be rewarded.
Thank you for
Resubscription confirmed.
sticking around.
Automatically relaying thanks.
Thank you for Booty Mage gifting
New subscriber
10 subs to the
detected.
people. Or something like that, yes. Smexy. Conman, 76.
Yes, yes, yes. Just as I deserve.
For 100 months. Samuel Wise for 52 months. Glad you still enjoy.
Resubscription confirmed. Automatically relaying thanks.
Thank you, Arnicus,
Hell is
gifting
about
5
time.
subs to the people. Glad you still enjoy.
Yes, yes, yes.
Or
just
is
as
it
I
twice,
deserve.
I guess. That's a crazy amount. 100 is crazy. That's almost 30 years. Which is they didn't even have the internet 30 years ago, in 2015. So, that is just madness right there.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Thank you, Booty Mage, for rewarding begging. Gentleman and a scholar. I didn't beg. Can someone gift me? Just asking questions, bro. All right. Well, we are taking a quick break before Terran time.
Your dedication will be
But
rewarded.
we're not. Not really, though. As, instead, we are going to enjoy a quick... well, I'll be right back, one moment. But enjoy this quick video. And by quick video, I mean highlights. We don't do highlight videos anymore because mostly they get less views. This video has less views, and I put it out a year and a half ago than the video I put out 12 hours ago. So, but they're great for these times. In case you're wondering why you don't see more of these. We're jumping in. Nobody... Shh. Yum yum, he says. But is he going to feel such a great taste in his mouth when the Broodlord start... Oh my god, he sniped the lemon! Oh, he grabbed the SCV and sniped it, and now nobody gets lemons.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Asian driver. Oh, shit.
Oh, Stim.
Hey.
Right, but
Hey,
Stim,
hey.
you only have one Marine. What are you going to Stim? 2 Marines.
Team pack is too late. This upgrade is 100 seconds. This is a fucking joke, guys.
Is that a long time?
Yes.
But you can only build like 4 Marines, so...
I'm gonna make it.
You're gonna make 2 more barracks, 2 engineering bays?
Yeah.
You're gonna float to your 3rd command center on the low ground?
Yeah.
And you're gonna wall off with depots and add 2 more gases at the natural?
Yes. Hey.
As well as adding a reactor on your factory to switch to the barracks?
I think Winter is a spy.
No, the Golden can see all this. He can see it all.
That.
Okay, he can. Like, there's nothing stopping him. I'm just doing. I'm a caster.
You are older than spy.
I'm
you are
caster. All right, like he could see that you're building 2 medevacs out of the starport, as well as starting your +1/+1 upgrades, and that you have 50 SCVs. He could see that. There's nothing stopping him.
But you keep. You keep reminding him.
He's a very high IQ player, you said. So he already knew. It's just for the viewers. I'm a streamer, okay? I have to talk.
Yeah. You tell me what you're doing, please.
He's spreading creep.
And?
He's really working on it, real hard.
What? What he's doing so?
Yeah, with the creep. You know, it takes a lot of APM, more APM than to play Terran.
You should talk about what he's doing. What was the build order?
Oh, he's building things.
What he's building? What he's making?
Well, he's definitely not building an armory as well as a couple more barracks and some siege tanks out of a factory.
Not
he's
me,
not doing that.
About him.
He's got some Zerglings.
I need more information, Peter.
He's also got queens.
I know about that.
Yeah, he's not moving out with medevacs and about 20 Marines.
Oh my god.
He's not walling off his siege tanks in his main either.
Ah, my tank! Yeah, boy, my tank! Oh.
This is an alert.
Weird's 30
Ari Winteris! Who is a spy 100%?
He can see it.
You attack to me with your speaking, you know?
I would focus more on finishing that 4th command center and continuing tank production at 71 SCVs. With 2-2 just starting as well.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, oh, oh!
Oh, sending 2 medevacs out. You must be Beyond. Is this Beyond play?
Why is BM?
Just send 2 medevacs out and hope for the best?
Yeah.
On both sides?
Yeah. Send out Terra.
Even without combat shield?
Yeah. Combat shield is just
It's a crutch. It's a crutch.
Oh
like
my
having
fucking god! Oh
Marines.
no!
How did you not see that? It's right there.
Look at this! Joke just the shit that makes sense!
And, well, you didn't have combat shield.
Even I have combat shield already dead.
I can't believe you didn't see the mutas.
This is an alert.
Victor, why you not didn't tell me?
What? Oh, they built so fast.
Why you
I didn't see
tell
them.
me?
I thought you saw
Why
the
are you
spire.
like this? Why are you like this?
Oh no. Oh, I thought your marine micro was really good.
Victor.
Are you?
Victor. It's all your fault.
It's all my fault.
Yeah, it's all
I
your
thought you had the
fault.
micro. I thought I was looking. You were gonna show me the micro.
I want to show Michael, but you keep talking. You
can't micro and talk. I thought you were a streamer.
Listen to me. He did Mac 4 times in a row, and he finally decided to play Bio. What's the result? Huh?
Shut the fuck up, Shiba. This is Winter.
I'm completely unbiased, but I hate turtleneck. Okay, turtleneck players make my life much more difficult.
All day and win every fucking
Ghosts and Thors take like 48 APM and 48 IQ. Okay, Terran players have been complaining for 10 years.
Where's the Terran player? Oh my god.
Making
where's the Terran player?
Unit lying in the back.
Oh yes, the Terran players have it so hard. Hey everybody, Real Talk Winter here. Just want to take a few moments out of your regularly scheduled programming to thank you guys for another amazing year. I literally and meaningfully could not do it without you. So thank you very much for making my year a little bit better. Honestly, 2022 felt like kind of a transition year for me a bit, when I went from worrying about the newest pro game or what my ladder rank is in particular today to more enjoying StarCraft in multiple different forms, like with the Nightmare campaigns and a wide array. I feel like I kind of found my niche a bit with casting as more of a reaction video caster as opposed to a suit and tie kind of professional style. At least I feel a lot more comfortable with that style, and I think it's more enjoyable that way. I want to specifically thank Bionic Shiba for holding it down on the stream throughout the years, Zerg Cerebral Wolf for showing up even to the less popular videos. I want to thank James Rocky, actually, specifically for coming up with a bunch of YouTube clips and highlights, stuff we really haven't had before, and helped a lot with this specific video. And I just want to thank you guys once again for being a part of it. It'd be awesome if you continue to watch in the new year as we head towards potentially Stormgate even. We got a lot of hopes there towards the end of the year. But thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope I made your year a little bit better. And I hope the next one even more so. Good luck, have fun. Stay chill and enjoy the rest. I told... Get off my lawn! Oh, uh-oh. Billy! Billy! Ah! Science time? What the fuck? What? Why are you ding-donging me? No ding. What the fuck? is this fucking piece of shit game? Is that them pumping in the new cannonball? Wait, is that intentional? I can't tell. Get to pumping, boys. Wait, what? How's he up there? Come down! Come down here! Got him.
He's in me, fills me with humongous love, and when he comes on to me and covers me with glee, I'm satisfied in Agatha, the great one, Kern, and me. Hatred is so good, I'd rather be in Garden. Agathians, make a final stand!
I need a weapon.
Don't kill me! I can see you go!
Fuck! I team killed with a peasant. Back to the pit. The two-handers are ridiculously good.
Birds, you may refer to me as father. Calling you daddy would raise a few eyebrows.
Ah! I have no arms, but I must kill! Ah! No! Send me! No. Send me! GG. He did it! They said GG. Do you not see it in the chat? Oh my god. There you go. Yeah! Top 4!
Top 4! We did it! And Mom said I wouldn't amount to anything. Well, look at me now!
Yeah! I knew the Xbox 360 controller would come in handy someday.
Dude! Xbox controllers for the
my
win.
controller's so sweaty now. Oh,
yeah, my
no.
controller's super
It's so
too,
sweaty.
Man. Oh my god, dude. This like collectible thing situation is actually awesome.
Loco, your inventory's full.
Yes, of course.
Ask me how I know.
Did I just drop a bunch of shit while running around?
Did you even get any planks?
I did get a lot of planks, yeah.
I just picked up. I'm picking. This entire. God.
What is all it is?
Oh my god.
Can't believe you're judging me.
Jesus Christ. You just leave all your shit lying around in boxes, Loco. You don't even. Yep. What? Oh. Okay. If I just stay very still, he won't notice me. I told you, Titans are attracted to movement. Oh. Oh, Jesus.
Let me tell you a story, boy, from my youth. Chapter 1. Once upon a time, there was a young, bright blue boy. He would watch the soldiers march from their towns out in parade.
He knows everyone else can hear the voice chat, or maybe he doesn't. When people die, you could go to other people and spectate their voice chat.
Pretending to be one himself.
He hid in the building.
But the boy, he grew older, and he would be sent out into the world. Chapter 2. When the boy had finished his training, when he made new friends with these soldiers, he had finally been given his uniform and his gun. The stick that he once held seemed like nothing now. But the boy felt something in his stomach.
We're listening to story time.
You must not disturb story time. Story time must not be disturbed.
He did not know if it was pride or pride.
Hey!
Sir,
yes.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Excuse me, sir.
All right,
Story
now
time.
he
My
dies.
story time is stronger than oh no.
These queue times, though. You know, I really think the queue times are killing SC2. Because in a lot of games, like Overwatch or Dota, or Counter-Strike, which are very popular on Twitch, you have to wait like 5-10 minutes for a game, and then I can just sell out. I can say subscribe or give a shout out to people like Temperature, Ratchet, or Handy Andy, or 18 Dongs, and other scholars in the chat. But in SC2, you press the play button and you find a game, and that's super annoying in my opinion. Supply depots are in short supply. Research is done. Your forces are just a little bit better. You must construct additional depots. Upgrade is on. Your allies' base is under attack. Shut up, me! Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back. Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
You want a piece of me, boy? You gonna give me orders? SCV ready. Got it.
Research complete, but have we learned anything? Yeah, overall, Protoss is within 17% of being the second best race in terms of gameplay as well. They're only 17% in last. Yeah. Come and get me, bro. Dance off. Gas 2 out of 3? Oh, thanks. Build supply depots. Yes, again. Add on better. Scouted like a dumb fucking idiot. I'm like, he doesn't have any gas, so he's not gonna have a Reaper, so why would I need to scout? And honestly, in the back of my mind, it should have been like he could have just done a Raxol in, but it wasn't there, because I couldn't put the goddamn object permanently. Tell me why. Why is your macro so bad? Tell me why don't you have a factory? Tell me why you're microwing a Marine. The OV's on high ground. 3 racks, what the fuck? Why? Tell me why you're doing stupid builds. Tell me why you bother to scout at all. Tell me why you don't know your opponent is Zerg. What's wrong with you, fuck? A lot of incredibly hard counters here. We've got Templar countered by Ghosts. Ghosts countered by Disruptors. Disruptors countered by Liberators. Liberators countered by Skytoss. And Skytoss countered by Vikings. Vikings countered by Templar. Templar countered by Ghosts. Ghosts countered by... I'm sorry, let me put the Prima strategy guide down. As long as Kerrigan never comes back.
Class 12 psionic waveform detected. The Queen of Blades has returned. You fools. You're playing with forces beyond your comprehension.
I think I need to take down this floor, though.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Are you... It didn't register the win before it registered my elimination. Ah! Oh, come on! Come on, medics!
You should set some guards. They'll be coming again soon.
Come on, medics! Do...
Base is under attack.
Why are you not repairing him? You stupid idiots! Not even fucking close. And that only pissed them off. Fucking hardened shield! Alright. Take... You can go watch the best. There you go. If you want it. Now we're gonna learn how to play StarCraft. Pretty much the same as before, but different. Protoss. No, wait. Terran. Oh my god, one job. Go make them watch it on YouTube. Every day is filled with such a minefield of enjoyment. May you step on it on a regular basis. Thank you, Chipster, for the sub. Final gifting to Rhino. Oh yeah, we are now in Platinum, so we're upping it to 90. Yeah. What? I couldn't find a single fucking Terran? And now as soon as I pick Terran, it's Terran. As it is known.
Go ahead.
Found exactly 0 Terrans as Protoss. Maybe 1? I think it was 0. And then...
Not enough minerals.
But we're still going. Yeah. For the 2 gas build. Because I don't like dying to random things.
More supply depots.
I'm just gonna... Don't do it. Don't steal the gas. You gonna steal the gas?
What's going on?
I'll take that one. I'm gonna scout now.
SCV ready.
Alright. Sure. Okay. If that makes you... I good. Alright. I guess he can find his own way out here. No. The worst of both. You
scared me.
Is he doing? He's not even proxy rexing.
SCV ready.
I'm making a Reaper there. I like your gumption, son, but you're in way over your head.
Enemy attacking SCVs.
Yeah, whatever.
All right.
SCVs under attack.
What's going on?
I'm gonna get that factory, and I'm just gonna pull off of one gas here.
Huh?
Command center upgraded.
Bad news.
We'll get a second Reaper. I'm just gonna chill on the high ground here. That SCV. Oh my god. Why are you so damaged? Why are you at 1 HP? Did I miss something? Yeah, I definitely did.
SCV ready. It's your dime.
I'm sending out another SCV. The reason I'm not sending the Reaper across, because I can't risk it getting attacked. Like, if I lose the Reaper, bad things can happen. If I don't lose the Reaper, they can still happen, but it's significantly harder. Or less likely, I guess. So, now that I have the expansion started, I'm going back to 3 and gas here. We're getting a Cyclone and a Reactor. And now this guy is coming in, leaving space for add-ons. Where's that SCV going?
In the rear with the gear.
Systems go.
With all due respect. So he's doing the same thing. Oh no, this, I think I know it.
Yeah.
So he's got the starport on the way.
Add on enemy attacking SCVs.
He's going for an add-on there. So the question is, where did that SCV go? We saw an SCV go out. If I were a randomly hidden base, where would I be?
Add on operation.
Want a piece of me, boy?
He should, based on his add-ons there, have enough. Uh-huh.
Who you want to die?
Huh?
Well, he canceled it.
Add on constructed.
I still would have looked for it when I saw he didn't have an expo based on what he had in the main, but... Well, it takes a cooldown for the lock-on here.
Roger that.
We're gonna go ahead
Command center upgraded.
and chase it with the Reapers. He's using a lot of move commands there. Gonna get barracks 2 and 3. Do I have 35 SCVs? Not quite, but we have the minerals here.
Not enough.
Gonna move this over and start building some Vikings. Rally to the Raven, so they're all good friends.
State your request.
I don't think he'll have cloak, but we'll see. Sir, with all due respect, okay. Well, that was nice of him, because I would have been in some trouble, because I don't have any Marines nearby. But he was trying to get a bit fancy there. Getting more Viking. Because, well, we're going to scan and see. We did have another command center, and he's going for cloak. So, NG Bay, I'm just going to build Marines. We're not going to bother teching up here.
Scanning battlefield conditions. Right away.
He's going for the siege tank. Okay. Oh, we got the tank, but we got all the shots off.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
I'm gonna get a third command center there. And stim.
Insufficient. Overlord.
Thank you, senpai. Ooh woo.
By the numbers, boys. 10.
Additional supply depots required.
It's your dime.
So the priority now I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna go up to 6 Vikings. I think 6 Vikings is the just a solid number to go into the rest of the game with. If they're challenging you on Vikings, you might have to build more. Like if they're also trying for it, but start the Marine production. Marines, unlike the other matchups, not nearly as important. They're just so weak early against siege tanks and mostly siege tanks, but so we don't really need medevacs or very many Marines until those upgrades start kicking in. I've got the Marines. Just these guys are
superior.
Oh, I still have a Reaper. We're gonna patrol around the potential hidden bases. He's already shown a tendency towards them, so gonna get that 3rd orbital and a round of Marines and start the medevacs now. And now supply depots. Hotkeying in those engineering bays. Armor upgrade and an armory.
Supplied. Center. New technology researched.
Not really a pun, but look at it.
Transformation.
Gonna patrol there. And sensor tower. I could put it like over here. I think that'd be okay. We're gonna get basic turrets as I go out to take the 3rd. Not getting too extensive with them, but I actually don't have a Marine where he would move out normally, so gonna build a stack of SCVs, which is essentially all I can. What? He's like, what if the Banshees were faster? That will do it. Okay, well that's an odd one. All right, I can start the +2. I mean, they are fast enough to... I'm gonna try to cut them off here. What a bamboo... Okay, that is just 1 siege tank. Get a couple more turrets up here. Let's move a couple Marines forward to eat the hits. Yep, those are my units. I did select all army. Out of shame. Sir. Okay. We'll just get some zoning turrets. Repair the command center. Did I get combat shield? Totally. Totally didn't forget it. Would never do that. I'm making these depots in this specific formation because it looks cool.
Supply depots insufficient. Overlords superior.
Yo. Death from above.
Send some scouting Marine.
Who wants some?
Must build more supply depots.
What's going on?
Gonna get command center. Does he have a 3rd? He does. All right, more rounds of units.
SCV ready.
Bring everything together. And I'm gonna bring... I don't actually have interference matrix, unfortunately. Which would be very helpful for just kind of ending it, but... Some more siege tanks. Couple more medevacs. Factory. Drop supply, because I didn't plan ahead. +3 weapons. Yeah, we can break that. And that's an orbital there. Important to note, so... Let's go drop a Viking down in the tank. More Marine, siege tank, medevac. Okay. We're going in.
Talk to me.
Want a piece of me, boy?
We're gonna siege tank. I mean, we still have plenty at home. I'm still building Marines here. Some tanks. Queue up some medevacs and Vikings. He's not building anything, so he's just unplugging his Ethernet cable, I guess. Yep. All right, had to find it. Your APM 160 plus every time it matters. Only reason your average APM is low is because of the downtime. Okay, so you're telling me that Gold League players never go above 100 APM, so therefore this is invalid? Is that the argument? You're saying if I go look at my friend, oh, he's platinum, the replay here, at no point is he going to spike over 200 or something? Because simply unable to click that fast or hold down a keyboard key? Or rely on the inherently unreliable console thingy that doesn't actually indicate APM, but instead a snapshot at that exact moment.
Fight or flight? Yeah, right.
I've debated just removing this because the only people who comment on it are ones that make me want to facepalm while I'm trying to play. But I like it there because it looks cool. I think we can get this one down to about 30. Alright, let's go kill him though. Does he have anything in this corner? I can't tell if he's arguing, if he was like... It doesn't look like he's AFK here. Where are you going? He's trying to fly off the map, but it's a bit late. He's in the game still? Because he's a Terran. We may have to kill every building. Is this the last building? Nope.
Mineral cluster expended.
Beautiful.
By the numbers, boys. This better be good. You gonna give me orders? Been waiting on you.
Vespene geyser.
By the numbers.
Mineral field exhausted.
Go, go, go!
Mineral cluster expended.
You gonna give me orders?
Mineral field depleted.
Who wants some?
Mineral field exhausted.
Alright then.
This better be good. Fight or flight? Yeah, right.
He still has SCVs out there. There may be a command center in the corner.
Armed and ready.
Mineral field
We need to scour with Vikings.
I like it. Let's get into the fight.
Not enough energy.
There it is.
Been waiting on
Where's the
Vespene geyser exhausted.
by the numbers, boys. You ready for war?
There can't be that many more SCVs. He's actively microing them away. All right, let's take a look at the part of the game where it actually matters here. Like when there are units on the field. Let's see. Yes, as you can see, this Platinum player is unrealistic. He's clearly smurfing. That's why he has 200 APM when it matters, when he's busy microing his Banshee. It took 0 seconds to find a moment when my Platinum opponent was microing at 200 APM. Yes, but in Gold League, they never do that. All right, we can go back 10 games. I'm blue, for reference here. Now he's microing a Banshee at 200 APM against rocks. Oh my god, invalidating everything. It isn't replicable for anyone that has less than 75 APM. The point is that no one has less than 75 APM unless they're literally playing with their tongue or something. It's because at almost any moment, you can easily get 200 APM, even if your average is 50, by simply holding down a fucking key. Like, let's see what he's doing. So instantaneous APM is irrelevant compared to average overall. I do agree that focusing on micro, and doing like huge APM micro, but most of APM is not micro. It is a spike of it occasionally, but a lot of players assume 300 APM means you have perfect stutter step, whereas it might just mean you built twice as many Marines.
Command center upgrade complete.
So as we see here,
Add-on complete.
let's see. Banshee Man, once again, an unrealistic display of Terran micro. We're looking at the opponent again, remember. As you see, mine spiking up as I A-click Vikings to chase. Though, I do remember, there's one thing I gotta remember at the end of the day. There's one thing I failed to consider, and it's that I'm actually giving the time of day to someone whose name is Swag Lord YOLO. So... I stayed there. 76. Though, didn't quite get under that 75. Can we get to diamond? I mean, yes, but... maybe one or two more. Will we fraternize with the lords tonight? I'm not sure. Yeah. I couldn't find a single Terran, but here they are. Yeah. I do try to keep it, like, if there's a certain micro I'm doing, especially at this level, as we're going on diamond, I'm trying not to do, like, the constant stutter stepping or splitting individual Marines or things that, honestly, I sometimes struggle to do when I'm playing at full speed. But if there is a sort of micro, like, for example, moving Ravens and Vikings independently of Marine Tank, like, that sort of stuff, the APM will go up, and it's necessary. Because you need to learn to do, like, you could, and I could teach, yes, let's build a bunch of Marines in A move and win 55% of the time with that. Or win even more with learning how to micro 2 different control groups, which is arguably less APM because you have to build less units. You just have to, like, mentally, it's more effort because you have to control them somewhat independently as opposed to moving a big army. But at some point, and that point is somewhere in Diamond, in my opinion, you do have to learn to use more than one control group of units to stay somewhat efficient. You don't have to ever learn to use to not use the Selecto Army key. You can use that, like Hero still uses it plenty of the time, but he also knows what he's doing. But it's actually easier to learn to use multiple control groups and get used to that than it is to learn to build so much stuff you overcome it.
Go ahead.
That's why it's working smarter and not harder. His walls say otherwise? Well, it's not his fault Protoss never learned to wall off, alright?
You scared me.
He only has one gas and an expand. Let's get that factory started here. I shouldn't need... We can just get a reactor next. Because if he's not... if he only has one gas expand, he shouldn't have enough tech to be dangerous. So now we can expand. I'm not walling off because my opponent has Terran units, and a wall off usually, if it's not like a Marine all-in, is a liability. Sir, this is private property. You're not allowed to be here. We're gonna do a little bit of stutter step to kill the Reaper. As I mentioned, well, if he jumps up, then he's vulnerable.
Operational.
In the rear, we be ready.
This is why you don't move out with the first Reaper, because they could also, and I know this sounds crazy, but they could also build a Reaper. So, and which takes exactly as much time as it takes to build a Reaper. So you gotta factor that in.
Must build more supply depots.
Alright. I'm sending it, now that I have the Cyclone, I can probably send out my Reaper safely. And by safely, I mean, it's not a big deal if I lose it to get scouting info. Not like the Reaper's probably going to die, but we're getting the gases at the natural immediately because I want my tech.
Constructed.
Let me see your secrets. So he doesn't have any add-ons there. That is very important to note.
Command center.
Which means my add-ons are quicker, which means I have tanks and a Raven quicker than he does.
What's going on?
Cannot build there.
Building scouting depots. These are to see anything like a Liberator or a Medevac coming in on the edge here. Because once again, you don't want to wall off against Terran because it could just get used against you.
Supply depots insufficient.
Gonna have one Marine. I like putting one in the little the bushes there. We're gonna flip this over in order to get those Vikings. And this time, since we're both kind of like, I'm just gonna do a 3cc build. We got 32 Marine. We're gonna get, put the tank over there. I'm gonna send out one Marine, building CVs, to each third base. There's a Medevac. Gonna move these guys away. Oh, it's a Cyclone drop. All right, we're gonna have the siege tank over there. Drop down an auto turret. Move away. I waited. I used the move command, so that way I didn't auto lock on. Right click, shift 1, 2, 3, shift 1, 2, 3, and back into mining. We didn't kill the medevac, but we got both cyclones. And the fact that he built two... Hey!
Transformation systems.
Come home!
State your
The fact that he built two cyclones is already info that he doesn't have a siege tank push coming.
Additional supply depots required.
I'm gonna drop supply right before my third CC finishes, which is effectively 2 more depots. So, nailed it. And now I've got barracks 2 and 3, which I built at 35 SCVs. Energy base afterwards. He's already got a 3rd base down there.
Insufficient. Cannot build there. More.
I'm not gonna worry too much. Like, until I get about 45 SCVs. That's when we want
Command center
to get the 3rd landed. Cool for him, but
Ready to plunder.
I'm making sure I have all my infrastructure up first here.
SCV ready. SCV
Which, now we scan and see. He's got a lot going on. He's already got 5 racks up as well, which is quite impressive. I don't know about upgrades, but
ready. State your request.
gonna move this over. Gonna select these Marines, move them down. Queue up siege tanks. We're taking this base. Gonna rally those SCVs over. Just getting the armory started. Gonna need some depots.
New technology researched.
I'm actually gonna have 1 sent out. More scouting depots here. Yes, I'm queuing up a lot, but
Must build more supply depots.
yeah, I'm working on that. Dropping the mules.
Energy.
Combat shield. Reactors. And
Build there.
just some safety there. Make sure to have the Marines out in front. Making a stack of SCVs.
SCV ready.
Get some gas. Armory's done. I think you can justify 2 armory with it being so much cheaper now.
SCV ready.
Been waiting on you. Engineer. You gonna give me orders?
Let's scan. Where are his units?
SCV ready.
Outstanding.
Upgraded.
Need to make sure I have plenty.
This recipe.
I'm gonna make sure we're getting the tech there. I can get a Liberator alongside everything else.
Mineral field depleted.
A bit stressful. I'm getting supply blocked as well. We're gonna build... We're gonna pull off and we're gonna build command centers out here. Oh, he pulled all the way back.
Mineral cluster expended.
Now we're gonna get another factory.
State your request.
Getting that plating upgrade.
You scared me.
He doesn't have a 4th base, so...
Ready for dust off.
Is he coming all the way home? He is.
Exhausted.
But if I have those minerals, why not build those extra command centers?
Reporting for action.
I built the Liberator to take advantage of the air control in order to potentially
Yes, sir.
push back his tanks. But he didn't end up focusing on that.
Ready.
We're just gonna stim the Marines, siege up the tanks there. Anti-armor missile's a good one. So, he had a big army, but kind of dropped the ball at the finish line there. Making some Marines. Siege tanks. Tech lab on the 2nd factory.
Engineering at your disposal.
Gonna make this a planetary. Control F1 for idle SCVs. Send them over here. Make a stack. Do I need a stack? A few. We're gonna take some SCVs from the main base, put them on over here. Another orbital. And a second starport is what I really like. Pretty early on. Mech and ship weapons. +3. And +3 armor.
Command center upgraded.
I assume he has this fourth? No? That was a bit lazy scan. Oh, he doesn't have combat shield. Is his big issue right now. Ah. I think I noticed that in the fight, but
Center upgraded.
I'm gonna send, just splitting off a couple Marines. Gonna make sure, we're gonna queue up some siege tanks, some medevacs. Gonna get extra command centers in the main as I start to max out. That's kind of how you bank up at that stage. Making sure we're mining the gas. In fact, we're gonna go over to this base and mine the gas.
By the numbers, armed and ready.
Fusion core. Because battle cruisers are the ultimate late game.
Engineering at your disposal.
I have the air group and then the main army here. A lot of siege tanks. Alright. Conspicuous scan, but
Ready for dust off.
We could use some help here.
let's move up here. Oh my god, that's a planetary. Ah. Alright. Well. More Marines, more tanks, more Vikings. This is where interference matrix would certainly come in handy. Making more Marines back at home. Just moving. Ah! How to take maximum damage on your siege tanks, a tutorial. He's evacuated the SCVs with his medevacs, which I appreciate.
By the numbers, boys.
Does he have this base?
Not enough energy.
No? Okay.
Armed and
I mean, if he doesn't have another base, then
Cluster expended.
we can kind of just chill. I have money in the bank, like battle cruiser is the answer, by the way. You just build a bunch of battle cruisers. You could also do like Viking Liberator. In order, like, essentially what he's kind of trying to do here, but we're gonna load up, just drop on in.
Dropping off. Here's your stuff.
So he did. That is an example of one of the players, I think, gets accused of smurfing. That was a pretty perfect example because he had a lot of units and a solid opener, and then it dropped off dramatically. He didn't get combat shield. He actually had a bigger army than me. I believe he had more SCVs for a bit. He did. So he had a really solid, like, first 8 minutes or so. And then, well, no plan survives contact with the enemy. As you see there, 151 APMs. That is a build, too, that he did that could work against all three races. So I believe that's one of those that, like, if it all goes according to plan, very well could win the game at that 8-minute mark. But if it doesn't, well... Gentleman and a scholar. Is it gonna be TVT time again? We've gotten only TVT so far.
Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. Yeah, whatever.
I was in say race. Well, would you trust it? Would you trust Dr. Pootie Tang to be honest about what race he got as random? I think I've met enough people who straight up lie. They say I get it why diamond players don't trust randoms, because it feels like most players, well, in general, but especially playing random below masters, are clearly playing random to play random, not to play all three races. Right, which are two very different things. It's a probe.
SCV ready. What's going on? Go ahead.
All right.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Nothing too untoward at the moment.
You scared me.
How come you don't use screen locations for bases? There's a very good reason for that. It's because you're not paying attention, and I am. You do need those bases before they become relevant, though. I am going to build a Reaper here.
Bad news.
As he did go for the expand.
You scared me. Bad news. In the rear with the gear.
Center.
And then we'll get the bunker. Let's see. Need to make it. Yeah. All right. So one depot on that side. I think I put it in the right spot. Oh, that's not a good sign. Doctor, please.
SCV ready. Yes, sir.
Get the factory.
Big job, huh? SCV ready.
And start the second gas with it.
Go ahead.
Got something for me.
Run away!
SCV ready.
Add-on constructed.
That is always a risk.
What's going on?
I'm listening.
SCV ready.
Second orbital. I'm gonna go back in the same way and just run by.
Nothing I can't handle.
The attempt being to see what tech he has. He's still sitting there? Well, it's a Stargate. Ah, citizens arrest!
Command center upgraded.
Does he already? So either it just finished and he has nothing, or it's already been done for a while. I'm gonna get a Widow Mine as well. We're gonna keep the Cyclone here until that mine finishes. I believe that was a Twilight. This is a distraction. So a bit easier to spot the mines nowadays, but still not the easiest thing in the world. Gonna get one Viking. Still very capable of outright killing an Oracle. Ah, that was the right spot. Gonna go across with the Cyclone here. We're just scouting with these. Oh.
You got coordinates? We could use some help here. SCV ready. Ready to plunder. Show me who you want to die. SCV ready.
How the turntable turns.
What's going on?
Cannot build there.
Gonna get a reactor.
SCV ready.
That's a tech lab.
SCV ready.
Alright, double tech lab on these.
Yeah. Fueled up, ready to go.
Siege tank. We got all this gas. Get +1.
You scared me.
Turrets in the mineral line.
Constructed.
SCV ready.
And on operational.
Alright.
Cyclone en route.
Interesting.
Add-on constructed.
So, need some Vikings. Gonna get an armory there.
SCV ready.
Already got combat shield on the way.
Go ahead.
Defensive turret. So carrier rush. No more siege tanks for me.
Armed and ready.
This is going to be probably a,
SCV ready.
the idea is to kill the interceptors. Timing.
Go ahead.
Add-on operational.
I'm gonna get some Widow Mines, which can be dicey.
What's going on?
We'll see. Gonna bring some SCVs as well. Gonna get ship weapons, level 1 here.
More.
Ready to plunder. Got it.
Gonna try to time this out with both combat shield
SCV ready.
and +1. Gonna bring a few SCVs along for turrets as well. Yep. Carriers with +1, so he's quite committed.
Technology research.
You want a piece of me, boy?
We're gonna get a second starport as well.
Keep your shirt on.
Ready for
Upgrade.
This better
Gonna boost those medevacs across.
be wide. Big job, huh?
Research completed.
Get the armor upgrade there. Another NG bay.
Bad news?
Gonna go for that turret. Just hold position out there. So that way we gun down all the interceptors. We can get under these. No. If you can get under them, but I wanted to make sure the first ones went down. Did I not get barracks 4 and 5? I did get a... Wait, there's the second starport. I'm just gonna right click on that. He's got more carriers, of course. Just taking down the interceptors. Which he shouldn't be able to continue affording. But we can just... can fall back a bit. Yep, he does have that base. So we need to make sure I don't get too bogged down here. Can walk this one in. More Vikings on the way. I'm mostly just queuing up Vikings here. Can do a little micro. All right. Fall back. Make sure I have the production. Nice charge done. Do a little micro. Another carrier down. He also has this base. Which means we gotta move around again.
What's going on? By the numbers. Go, go, go!
Honestly, those turrets, the real MVPs. I'm gonna make some more zoning turrets here.
Transformation.
Who wants some?
More Marines. And we gotta be very careful because he's getting up to that carrier count now. Because he was able to hide those. We didn't really hide them, but...
coming through.
SCV ready.
More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Landing zone obstructed. Mineral quantity insufficient. Army.
SCV ready.
Insufficient. Mineral cluster expanded.
Want a piece of me, boy?
Command center upgraded.
Gangway, coming through.
Yep. In the rear with the gear.
This is the first outright not platinum player we've played, which would still be fine right up until
This better be. We could use some help here.
God. SCV ready.
Ready, but
Not enough minerals.
ready for dust off.
Cannot build there. Vespene.
he has 2-2 done.
Mineral field exhausted.
SCV ready. Uh-huh.
Yeah, he hasn't neglected the upgrades on the ground either.
SCV ready.
Cannot build there.
SCV ready.
Your dedication will be rewarded. Minerals required.
Smile.
Armed there. This better
SCV ready. Go.
Mineral cluster expanded.
What's going on?
Base.
Got it.
So now
Add on. Operational.
he will likely start building actual units. We'll see though.
SCV ready. Go.
Ready for dust off.
Mineral field depleted.
Roger that.
Taking up or dropping off.
Completed. Not enough energy. Mineral cluster expanded.
SCV ready.
Ghost reporting. This better be good.
I'm going.
Now what? On my way.
SCV ready.
Here's
We could use some help here.
Vespene geyser depleted.
in the pipe.
Hostile forces engaged.
Ghost.
Landing zone obstructed.
You should.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
You're on.
SCV ready. What's going on? Ben?
Coming in.
New.
Go.
Researched. Cannot build. Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Ghost reporting.
Huh?
Go. Armed and ready to Who wants
Base under siege.
Ready for dust off.
Mineral field exhausted.
What's going on? What's going on?
what? You're on.
Big job.
Enemy attacking SCVs.
Armed and ready.
Solo. Copy that.
This better be good.
Out with it. You sure about that? No. Solo. Out with it. Okay. You're on. Come again. Roger. SCV ready. Give me a sit rep. Give me a sit rep.
Let's get into the fight. We could use some help here. You want a piece of me, boy?
Driving on SCV ready. Picking up or dropping them. Light flights here.
You sure about that?
Now what?
Out with it. Deploy. So, go. Go. Get to us.
Quantity.
Get to us.
Not enough minerals. More minerals required.
You sure? Out with it. In the city.
It's too late. It was too late. I stuck to the plan. But my friend here, Dr. Pootie Tang, with his 100, yeah, we found the first one. I was just talking about how we haven't found a single real Smurf. But, you know, no, never mind. I take it back. He was definitely like mid-diamond to Masters. Ah, he's playing unranked. Yes. Yeah, that, so he's intentionally obscuring his rank with unranked. Does it ruin? No, the answer was still to go for Vikings and Marines. Once you get a player who knows how to expand and defend simultaneously, like we did see there, you do need to add in a lot more earlier on. But against your average opponent, annoying person. Yeah, random players below Masters give themselves quite a stereotype. The reason in Masters it's not as common is because overall there are dozens of us. There's like literally maybe 30 or 40 tops on a regular basis, so there really aren't that many players.
SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready.
I think the only victory was, notice how he stopped giving out tips when it looked like he might actually take some damage? The only problem was he had every base on the map, so on his side for the most part.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
As soon as he started talking shit. That's not fair though. Though I will say, that is also the first player to outright talk shit before the game was clearly over. We've had a few players talk shit, but mostly when they're losing, to say how bad you are that you beat me, which is a classic, right? But not the like, I'm busy styling on you, so here you go. It's a different vibe for sure. I don't agree, but I can understand this was so dumb and you're dumb because of it. Like that's just classic, right? But the you're really bad and I'm just gonna revel in it is a very different and significantly worse version.
Move it. Bad news. Go ahead.
Command center upgraded.
What's going on? Yep. Sure thing. TV ready.
All right.
Must build more supply depots.
We're getting... Yeah, I'm starting to lose focus, just generally. 5 hours is a bit of focusing. Usually when I'm playing, like, actual real games, it's around 2 to 3 hours is when I at least got to take a break, and then maybe another hour or two. It's very hard to mentally focus for much longer than that without, like, losing parts of it. Because part of the concentration for me is intentionally not doing a lot of the things I would usually do because they're not necessary. They're more important against higher level opponents, but they're not that important when we're just focusing on not getting supply blocked and building Marines.
Add-on operational.
I can't play with low APM, I just keep spamming. Except the spamming's supposed to have a purpose. It's supposed to be so that way when you actually need that sort of APM, you're not building up to it, you're already there. Just slapping buttons for the sake of it is not how any of it works.
In the rear.
You got coordinates? Channel's clear, boss. In gear.
Ah! He's doing a siege tank drop, I think. Here. So we're gonna get the Vikings. I'm gonna keep my tank unsieged. Gonna put a Marine over in that corner. So I'm looking specifically for anything coming in. I'm gonna keep the tank here because I can't guarantee. Well, let's see. I'll just scan the entire map. Cloak band, double starport. There's probably a fusion core back there. I guess it could be Ravens. He scans me back. Let's get the NG Bay. I think we're gonna end up going for some sort of shenanigans here. This is going to be a mech game. At the very least. Gotta drop supply because I completely forgot to build depots. Gonna drop some more mules. I want to get my third started here.
SCV ready.
This is a scouting racks now. As we get a second starport.
SCV ready.
More minerals required.
Let's send to get across. He's already got a sensor tower. That doesn't tell me shit.
Huh? Ah, you scared me. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Not enough minerals.
It's just weird vibes, is what we got right now. What is this Banshee man? Did some... Why are there so many Banshee players? What's up with this? Banshees are not great. They just look great when your opponent is unprepared.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Wow.
Odd. Well, we took out 2. He went for speed Banshee rush. We're gonna get a fusion core here.
Mineral cluster expended.
What's going on?
Some zoning turrets. We're going battle cruiser. I'm getting a... This Raven will just patrol over here. And we get another factory or 2.
Your siege cannot build there.
I saw the Banshee coming home. We're getting another barracks so I can build orbitals in case that becomes relevant again.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Roger.
Combat.
SCV ready.
Base under siege.
Another factory. Alright, well we can build a battle cruiser, and I have the money.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Insufficient energy.
We just keep scanning.
Add-on constructed.
Gonna get Yamato.
Supply depots insufficient. Overlords superior. Mineral cluster expended. Must build more supply depots. Additional supply depots required.
I'm just gonna get interference matrix.
Yep.
Good to have it.
Bad news?
Don't want to be stuck without it.
Yeah.
These are scout depots here.
In the rear, we ready here.
Army upgraded.
Gonna do the same with this. Plating level 2. Prioritizing plating upgrades for the battle cruisers. They also help on the ground, but...
What is it?
Ready for
Ship weapon.
Supply depots
Doors.
insufficient. Overlords.
That means we need plenty of tanks.
Gas cannot build there.
And I'm just gonna build Hellions as like my buffer.
More supply depots.
SCV ready.
Sir, Sir.
Research completed. Not enough minerals.
Because Thors actually beat battle cruisers 1v1 in high impact mode.
Gotcha.
Additional supply depots.
So this will be a planetary. Just gonna keep building command centers.
New technology researched.
In the rear with the gear.
Looks like he's gonna attack.
What's our target?
Yep, that's the army.
Mineral field depleted.
Well, we do have interference matrix here, so. Just chase them back across. See if I'm gonna run into some Thors here. Yeah, the turret push. No reason to use the jump.
Upgrade complete.
Okay. Boring. Unlike sitting there going mass banshee. Losing is boring, winning is fun. You know what? Hey. Similar to my APM. To be clear, I'm the 71 in this. We did... Well, battle cruisers are uniquely suited to lukewarm APM gameplay. That is their main talent. Yeah, no, go in that direction. And also, you can only build so many till you're maxed out anyways. The Thors didn't work out. Yeah. Well, like 5 or 6 of them, but... But I think that's a good, boring game to wrap things up for the SC 2.0. I'm losing focus. I don't want to be... Like I feel like I'm limiting it, but I'm not doing it in the way that you should at this point. Because I can keep, like, I could win with 60 APM, but would it be helpful? So, thank you for watching. Make sure to check out the YouTubes. Those of you on YouTube, this is actually the most popular stream, at least in a few months. Almost 300 viewers on YouTube. A few more on Twitch, but... So, clearly. But I do plan on, at some point, soon, TM, having an actual, like, official version of it on the YouTube's low APM challenge. Now it's going to be very similar to the last one, because there have not been balance changes that affect anything below diamond, really. But, better to have. Maybe I'm better at it. I don't know. Possibly. I don't know. Thank you for watching. We're gonna continue building up the Manor Lord city for probably a couple hours. I'll restart the YouTube stream for it because it really doesn't like it when you have multiple games on one thing. But don't go anywhere, or well, refresh. Otherwise, thank you for watching.